Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Hello. Thank you. So good morning and welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting on June 18th, 2024. Before we jump straight in, we do have one supervisor participating remotely, so I'm going to look to Supervisor Half to explain why she's unable to be with us today. Supervisor Half.
Thank you, David. I'm participating remotely for Just Cause. It's a need related to a physical disability, and I'm not able to leave my home at this time. And I also need to state that in my home right now, persons over 18 years old is my husband, Bob Happ. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And so I'll look to the board. In order to make this official, we need to do a vote to accept Supervisor Happ participating remotely. So if I could have a motion to do so.
Chair, I'll move we approve the remote staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Kirk. And I'll ask the clerk to do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Half.
Bye.
And Supervisor Brandon.
Okay, so it passes with 4-1 with Supervisor Brandon absent from the vote. Okay, moving on, if we can put that one slide back up real briefly, if we could please, the public participation. Thank you. So, just like to have this up, for people to see. Also just want to reiterate that is our intention for the board and both for the board and staff that we, as much as possible, we intend to take a recess from 12 to 1:30 during the lunch hour, and it also gives us an opportunity to catch up on some other business as needed during that time frame. I am going to, ask Supervisor Campbell to please lead us in the pledge.
My pleasure. Please stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, so now is the time for oral communications. And as I have always expressed and will again, this is the time for the public to participate. When you come up to the podium, please address the board. And you'll have 3 minutes. And after 2 minutes, you'll hear a tone go off. So that's your signal that you have 1 minute left. And I know that while legal, I would ask that we not use any inappropriate language and have respect not only for members of the county staff, but for the members of the audience as well. So with that said, I will call for oral communications. And is there anybody that'd like to speak? We have a quorum and we're moving forward with meeting.
Good morning. Good morning to the Republic of California and Tuolumne County government. I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog, and take a bite out of crime, and I can do that. That's First Amendment. Now, I spoke to Sheriff Kez on May 1st at the fairgrounds, and I was talking about the Board of Supervisors may be under the influence. He went off on drunk driving, and he says his deputies will arrest any supervisor if they're under the influence and book them into the county jail. I'll believe that when I hear about it on public radio and on the front page of the Union Democrat. And then I said to Sheriff Kaz, what if they're not drunk driving, they're under the influence at work? And he said, if the supervisor, I said here at work, he said, the Sheriff Vasquez said, if they can read reports, attend meetings, and cast their vote, and they are under the influence of some illegal substance, then I am not going to prosecute them. And we have a county DA, and she's quite capable. He's not a lawyer. She is. And that would indicate if he's going to do it, then he's a male chauvinist pig. And I forgot some. Oink, 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 oink. And he's a pig. That's what he is. And I can say that. And Cassandra Jenkins is in charge. But I haven't stated who it is yet because I'm reading all the approved minutes from, I have to go all the way back to January of 2023 to see if there's something going, there is something going on here. So, and when I find out, I'll say it right here at the podium. Now, Sheriff Vasquez, you cannot conduct felony rescue for any supervisor. It's illegal. If Cassandra Jenkins, county DA, has surrendered her duties to you, then that's felony rescue. You can't do that either. So it's totally illegal. And what I guess that's pretty much there. I should be talking about some more. So, Gregory Oliver, I would like him to show up, but he's retired, but he's ethical. Sarah Carell is not. And it would be up to her to tell the supervisor, you have to resign. And that's her call, not the sheriff, not the county DA. And if they don't resign, then the county DA gets involved and says, they'll prosecute. You can't have a supervisor under the influence, casting votes. It's totally illegal. So, outside that, I'm going to give that a thank you very much, and then I'll come back to oral communication toward David Goldenberg. Oh, and Jar Brandon, David Goldenberg, I'm going to bring a lawsuit against you. On the last time here 2 weeks ago, you said I couldn't speak here. I can speak. It's First Amendment, and you're going to get sued.
And thank you. Additional public comment.
Good morning. Since the rules say that I'm not allowed to respond to you even after you respond to me, I guess I will have to do it 3 minutes at a time. I do assure you that there is a purpose to my reference to human nature. Maybe, if you are not too lazy or childish, you could muster the patience to actually listen to one of your subjects. Do you see how easy it was for me to turn your comments back on you? I could do that in about 100 different ways. Did it feel good? Do you think it was productive? Wasn't it annoying? You did that to myself and your constituents about 10 times. I'll keep it to less than that. However, I do know why you did it. You felt attacked. It's human nature to respond the way you did, and I expected it. It proved so much of my point. You may remember that I did not say any of those things that I presented to you from Facebook, and I did not take pleasure in it. But in order to solve a problem, you need first to recognize that the problem exists, and it's even worse than I thought. I thought it would be that the people wouldn't remember your words, but none of them were even here to listen to a word you said, which is probably a good thing. So you lashed out at me, and as you were lamenting about how nobody has taken the time to look at the budgets or tried to see your side of the argument, I was thinking, I'm right here. I've been here for almost 2 years. I've sat through days of planning sessions. I've looked at budgets. I've looked at contracts. I've listened. I've learned. I've argued. I've agreed. I've cried in front of you. I've prayed for you. I've defended you. I've even defended Tracy's salary to my family, my friends, my prayer group, and even to people in this room. I took myself from being just like some of those people on Facebook to now feeling like I know you a little bit, and I agree with you sometimes. And you attacked me simply for pointing out an uncomfortable truth that needs to be addressed. Attack the messenger, I guess, but as a Christian, I am very familiar with the concept of attacking the messenger. It too is human nature, and I'll forgive you. In fact, Jared and I are going gold panning down by the river. But seriously, how do we address this divide between you and the people? How do we get them from where I was to where I am now? I have no idea, and obviously I'm failing at it. Do you see yet why I pray? God, help us. We need your help. Also, Lord, please be with those battling fire. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Additional public comment. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Congratulations on your sitting. That's cool. I guess you're the chairman now? No? Who's the chairman of the board? Oh, that's right, because she's up there. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to say I was surprised that the consent calendar contained the thing about the LGBTQ issue at your last meeting. I didn't understand that it was a done deal that, of course, you would approve of that. I also don't quite understand why the board participates in social things like this that are so highly divisive. When you take a stand to say that you agree with a month, which is only 30 days of the other 150 days per year that we celebrate homosexuality in some way, shape, or form, I think it is unconscionable that you would vote once again to approve of a month of pride in the LGBTQ plus, whatever all that means, issue. It is an issue, and for you to treat it as it's just normal life, of course we would do this, is ridiculous. And I personally am deeply offended that you would do that. Ryan Campbell stated the last time this came around, which I think was 2 years ago, he felt sorry for them. Of course he would vote yes. He saw how they were maligned as he was growing up. Well, that does happen. It happens with other groups too. Why does this group need so much attention? It's constantly in our face. It's constantly being brought up. Now we have parades where men, grown men, ride bare-ass naked in the parade on bicycles and then dismount up in Seattle and stand in front of the crowd in their nakedness. If that's what you're proud of, then I feel sorry that we would go there. But I don't think you should take up social issues. I think when something like this comes up, you would say, we don't want to touch that because we are a professional board that's taking care of the best interests of the county, roads, fires, safety, and so forth. And this is not an issue that we have any business participating in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional public comment.
Good morning, board. We're really happy to have a really good board that we can come to of supervisors. Last week I was here, I expressed the fire conditions in our community. I come from Greenlee Oaks Firewise group. There are some 20 Firewise groups, and I'd like to see more participation from them to come and speak to the groups. We see a major challenge in our community. We see a lot of brush, overgrowth, so on and so forth. And so what I've done over the last several months is we've worked in our group to help people that need help, to do weed whacking, to go to their homes, help them trim their trees, limb up different things. So we're trying to do our job, but we need help. And I think all of us see this, and it's kind of came close to home when the Arrow fire just kicked off the other night, went from 1,000 acres to this morning to over 5,000 acres. The same thing took place with the Corral fire. In fact, the Corral fire burnt 21,000 acres in 24 hours. Now, let me just put this into a little, explain this a little bit further. The city of Sonora is 3 square miles, or about 2,200 acres. So how far would 22 square miles be from the center right here out? 22 square miles. What would that encompass? And this started, these are brush fires. 24 hours to burn 22 square miles. And that's where we're sitting right in the middle of that right now. We can't be at odds against each other. I didn't come here last week to upset anybody, insult anybody. I just am passionate about what I'm seeing. And I love my community. I just can't imagine what would it be like to lose your home when we can do something about it. What would it be like if the firemen going down the roads can't hardly get down the roads because there's so much brush burning, not to mention anybody trying to get out of the community. So I've come here today to ask for resources so that if the county can't do it, that you can give us resources and we'll go do it. I'll put together crews. We'll go down each and every street in Tuolumne County and we'll clear it. But I need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jay Graham. I'm a neighbor of Jerry's, and I want to reinforce everything he said about fire safety. And I realize that as a Board of Supervisors, you have a million priorities, a million things you could do, and you have limited funds. And it's a very difficult job to match all those things together. And I want to encourage you to put as much funds towards fire suppression as possible. The only thing Jerry mentioned weed whacking, and I realize there's limited funds, especially on county property. Is there some way we can get private crews perhaps working on county property to clear? Maybe volunteers of some sort, but I realize there is a liability issue that has to be worked out. But I do want to reinforce everything Jerry has said, and the more we can do about fire, the less chance we have of us being the next paradise that gets all burned up, because nobody wants that to happen. And thank you very much for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I would just like to remind everyone and point out that today is June 18th, which is the International Day of Countering Hate Speech. And it's really important, I think, that we all be mindful of what we say and what we call people and how we may take the opportunity to be exclusive and prejudicial and negative, and encourage our community to treat other people without respect and without inclusivity. And it would just be really nice to come to these meetings and not listen to hate speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional. Good morning.
Morning. My name is David Peters. I haven't been here in a while. Live in Tuolumne. I've seen First Amendment and no hate speech, and you guys being in a situation where you don't have enough money to do the things you need to do. I appreciate all of those things. I appreciate your work on that. I didn't know whether the county had, in reference to money, I didn't know whether the county had any training, especially the law enforcement, in regards to a First Amendment audits, which this gentleman I'm sure is aware of. We need to have a balance between what our speech is and what we're not allowed to do as far as hate speech, because our country's based on the Constitution, and the First Amendment is a big part of the Constitution. Freedom of speech and freedom of press. Now, I've watched a lot of these First Amendment audits. And for the county, I just wanted to see if there had been any kind of training in this, because it's a very big danger for the county. The whole country now is, and I watch them, I enjoy them because I enjoy freedom of speech. but the county needs to be aware of what they can and can't do in regards to the First Amendment. The courthouse, the jail, here, anything that has to do with the public. If you haven't already, you're going to have First Amendment auditors that come here knowing their First Amendment rights. And if you cross those First Amendment rights, then the county is in big trouble. We're talking money trouble because the insurance won't cover it. The county and the taxpayers cover it. And we're talking multi-million-dollar lawsuits just for the fact that somebody got up here and tried to say something and was hauled off or kicked out of the building. Bingo. If they say they're exercising their First Amendment rights, then the county is liable for a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. I would recommend that the county hire somebody to do First Amendment auditor or First Amendment rights and Second Amendment rights and Fifth Amendment rights and Fourth Amendment rights. Do some training to law enforcement and to you guys in this, or you're exposing yourself to a huge, I know you don't have enough money to even patch the roads. When you're spending $4 million on a First Amendment lawsuit, you're in trouble. I mean, you're going to lose. So I would be glad to, just because I've seen a lot of these things, I'd be glad to do it for free if anybody wants that, from the Sheriff's Department to you guys. But if not, you guys need to get somebody in here to train it. You need to do some signage changing down at the board here and at the unit over there across the highway. Please. I don't want to pay any more taxes.
Go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Hey, Chair Goldenberg. Assuming that there isn't more public comment on that, I just wanted to respond to one of the ones that was brought up with Mike, and this was at the last meeting there, and to recognize that though this is it's a stressful job, and what we're trying to do, and I think everybody up here, is to be able to serve folks. There's a lot of pressure on that. I just got threatened with a lawsuit this morning, apparently, right? So that's what you kind of end up having to deal with. It's not an excuse. I think for sometimes letting that passion for it get out of hand. And you're right, I think some of the comments, they were too far in it. When we sometimes, I think, ask those questions and receive a lot of folks who don't take that time, show up to the meetings and want to learn the complexity of what we do, and they attack our staff or they attack the board and that, especially with the staff, that's really hard. And it gets to you. So I just wanted to offer my apologies because I think that was out of line. And I think it was out of line to a lot of the folks, and encourage them to take your lead, whether they agree or not on something that we're doing. If you don't participate, you don't read the stuff, you don't see it. And you really have stepped up, and that needs to be recognized. And I just wanted to say that, and I appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to our gold panning tour.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay. Seeing none, I'll bring it back, and we will do staff reports at this time, and hopefully we'll get some good info, some brief updates on what's going on. Thank you.
Good morning, staff. My name is Robbie Bergstrom. I'm over Economic Development for Tuolumne County. And I'm excited to announce that on Thursday, June 27th at 5:30, we are having a community-wide meeting about economic development in Soulsbyville. And this will be held at the Moose Lodge at 20921 Longeway Road in Sonora, in Soulsbyville. And again, this is a meeting where we will talk about what the community feels will bring economic development to the area. So I encourage anyone, this meeting is open to anyone from the public, but I especially encourage those from the Soulsbyville and Willow Springs communities to come to the meeting and join in the conversation. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Tammy Mariscal, Behavioral Health Director. I'm thrilled to announce that the county-owned and operated behavioral health clinic, has officially become a certified substance use Medi-Cal insurance provider. This significant development means that we can now extend our comprehensive care to a broader range of community members who are insured by Medi-Cal. The certification means that we can now deliver a comprehensive evidence-based practice, comprehensive assessment for both mental health and substance use disorders. Our high-quality trained team is dedicated and ready to support those that are seeking care. And individuals that are interested in recovery can call 209-533-6245 to receive a screening. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beach, your Office of Emergency Services Assistant Director. A few things that I want to update this morning. First and foremost, prior to my lovely little recent knee surgery, I was out at Tulalip Golf course supporting Sonora High girls and boys golf at a tournament, and there was a individual that many of us know by the name of Judy Grossman, who is bound to a wheelchair, whose van had broken down after hours, and there was no one available to assist her. Well, here I come along, and she knew me and obviously pulled me aside and asked if I could help. I made a few phone calls, and I just want to be very grateful and thankful to Tuolumne County Transportation, Darren Grossi, Becky Day, and those individuals who went out of their way after hours to come and assist her so she could get back home, because her van was towed away, so she had no way to get home after hours. So a huge thank you to TCTC in helping us. It also helped me because now, as I in dealing with a little knee injury, I am much more cognizant of the access and functional needs within our community. Definitely just in daily life, it's quite a trip to get 2 doors down, and not always the best level sidewalks that we have, but I am definitely cognizant of that. And for those that don't know, last year we created an access and functional needs advisory group to the Office of Emergency Services. So we do meet quarterly. We're always interested in hearing from the community and those that work with those in the community that have access and functional needs, how we can better prepare, and also during response, those individuals that need us the most. So. A quick update, as you know, it is wildfire season, and last night there was a little fire that started in our neighbors to the north in Calaveras, the Arrow Fire. If you haven't seen the updates as of this morning, it's a little over 5,400 acres with 20% containment. There were 3 structures that were destroyed already. We're hoping the winds have died, and we're hoping that we have a reprieve. We did overnight. Our county staff, including Sheriff's Office, Animal Control, and OES, all helped and supported from the beginning of the fire. I know that there was a watch commander from the Sheriff's Office planted right in the EOC, and they were working very closely. Sheriff Vasquez was giving both Tracy and I consistent updates. We did get a phone call from Calaveras EOC and their sheltering group to prepare possibly for a shelter here in Tuolumne County. We did not have to open that for them, but we were ready to do that and work with our partners. And we want to make sure that folks are paying attention, because obviously there's still an evacuation warning on our side off of a Burns Ferry Road outside of Lake Tulloch area. So please pay attention to those official pages, Tuolumne County Sheriff, our webpage. You can also go to Calaveras' webpage and get information. Our fire incident map that's accessible to everyone also has that information as well. Which reminds me, 'tis the season to remind everyone to please sign up for our emergency alert in Everbridge. We did get a few phone calls late last night into our office asking how folks can sign up, those that were in that area of the warning. So we want to make sure that you go to Tuolumne County webpage. Right at the top, on the top banner, says emergency alerts. Click on that. Make sure everyone in your household is signed up. It is really, really important, and helps us get information to you when it is needed. In addition to that, I have set out some flyers. The board members have these flyers, but we are going to do another outdoor audible alert or siren test. Remember, we did this in April. We had a couple glitches. We've worked them out, and I want to thank all of those partners that we have that, as well as the Sheriff's Office Dispatch. But we will be doing another test on June 27th, Thursday at 11 a.m. We will also be manning our public information line during that time. That 209-533-5151 will be manned so that we can answer questions. We also have the public survey back up again for that event because we really want to gather data to present to you later as a board, and also to use as we consider future locations and how well people are hearing these in those communities. So this will be posted and circulated amongst all of our partners, as well as social media and media. And so we want to make sure everyone is aware of that. Lastly, I have a gentleman standing next to me. I want to introduce to the board and the public our newest senior administrative analyst in OES. This is Miguel Ramirez. Day 2, and oh my goodness, jumped right in 2 feet, and here he is at a board meeting. So I hope to everyone get to meet him. I'm really excited about Miguel, and let me tell you just a little bit about him. Miguel Ramirez was born in San Francisco and raised in Manteca. He began his career at 18 when he joined the Army in 2004, serving 3 overseas deployments, 2 with the 3rd Ranger Battalion as a machine gunner and driver, and 1 with the 82nd Airborne Division as a scout sniper. Miguel developed strong leadership qualities and a steadfast commitment to public service. During his military tenure, Miguel earned a BA in organizational leadership from Brandman University. Following his service, he pursued an MA in public administration from the University of San Francisco, equipping him with the skills essential for effective management and public service. Dedicated to serving his community, Miguel approaches each opportunity with gratitude and a desire to positively impact those around him. His commitment extends to the organization he supports and the communities he serves. In his personal life, Miguel finds strength in joy in his family, which includes his fiancée, Kristen, and their blended family of 2 sons, Miguel and Oscar, and a daughter named Tink. An avid Harley rider, he enjoys spending time in the open road. Miguel also shares his passion for baseball by volunteering as a coach when needed. Miguel is eager to contribute to the success of Tuolumne County and looks forward to continuing his career in public service with this community. We are so excited to have him. I am so excited to have him, and he has been just jumping in and learning very quickly. So I would like to introduce Miguel.
Well, thank you. Good morning, board. Thank you, Dory, for that. Those very nice words. Very thrilled to be here. Look forward to meeting you all, and no better time than the present. You know, we have an active event going on, so learned a ton from her, and happy to be here. Happy to help.
Thank you and welcome. Good morning.
Chairman Goldenberg, Supervisor C.A.O. Riggs, Mike Mazook, Tuolumne County Animal Control. Just want to give you a brief update about animal control. June 1st of this year, California National Adopt a Pet Day was going on, where we all received grants for free adoptions. The total number was 3,609 animals from about 112 animal shelters in California were adopted. We did 3, which is 3 more than we normally do on a Saturday. So that's very positive. This morning, I think at 10 a.m., I have some staff participating in the law enforcement torch run for supporting Special Olympics. We're gonna have a booth at the fair coming up next week. I had 2 officers last night get a mutual aid request from Calaveras County Animal Control to help remove some horses and feed in place about 4 residences over in Copperopolis. So they were out to about 2:30 a.m. last night doing that. I have 1 ACO that just returned from maternity leave last week, and another one that's in post training right now. So that helps tremendously with our field responsibility. And this is just something I think bring to the public's attention and to your attention. This is ongoing trend that we've noticed probably in the last year and a half. Currently, we have 29 dogs at our shelter. 28 of those dogs are from incarcerated people or unhoused people at this time. I only have one dog that is actually owned and the owner is coming for it. I mean, the other ones are owned, but it's actually licensed and we found the owner. So it's just a growing trend of most of the dogs and cats that we have in our shelter are from people being incarcerated, not being able to take care of their animals, and some of them are for a very long time. Thank you very much.
Good morning again. I wanted to say happy belated Father's Day. I wanted to take a moment today to hold up the men of our community, the dads, brothers, uncles, male mentors, and friends who enrich our lives in so many ways every day. A lot have grown up to know or believe that people will rely on them, whether it's support, guidance, or a helping hand. But I'm here to tell you that you deserve someone to be there for you, and when you need help or support, guidance. So please remember, men, taking care of your mental health is just as important as taking care of your physical health. In fact, some people believe it's the most manliest thing you can do. Seeking help is a sign of strength. It comes in many forms. Confiding in trusted individuals can illuminate a path and provide needed support and guidance. So yeah, doing so is vulnerable, but that's just another way of saying brave. Behavioral health is committed to serving the community, no matter male, female, or otherwise. If you're unable to reach out for local support, please consider reaching out to mantherapy.org, a way for gentlemen to seek support in a safe, private, and safe way. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Tanya Scheffner, Tuolumne County Airports. I'm here to report today about the Father's Day fly-in that we had this Saturday. I'm excited to report that the event was fun and safe. This year's theme, Remember When, to honor our World War II veterans, was a hit with both the veterans and the crowd. We had a total of 7 World War II veterans. 2 of them were 102 years old. And they came out under a VIP tent, enjoyed front row center to flyby formations of Stearman, T-36s, T-34s, Vans RVs, running the strip, and it was just a fabulous time. The dream flights that came to honor the vets flew 4 veterans. We didn't get to fly all of our veterans safely that day because the air got hot and windy, and so we are going to reschedule up to 16 veterans at the moment for the fall, so we'll keep the community updated. So we'd love to have people come out to support them. And we sent the Mother Love Views pictures of some of our veterans, and I hope everyone gets a chance to have a look at those. We had over 3,500 guests attend based on our wristband count. 70 classic cars came, more than we anticipated, and that was a great turnout for them. 25 vendors, and I estimated over 100 planes that were from out of the area come into our small community. So I would like to give a few words of gratitude to all the volunteers that made it happen. We had 42 from Columbia Airport, 9 from Pine Mountain Lake. 6 from Pine Mountain Lake were some of our expert pilots that helped put on a show, and an important air boss named Kurt Howerton was MVP. And of course to our event coordinator, Tracy Williams O'Neill, who helped put together a fabulous show. So in conclusion, I'd say mission accomplished. And a brief update, I wanted you all to know that Oscar 22 out at Columbia is a CAL FIRE attack base. And right now we're full swing helping support CAL FIRE with their operations. We have numerous helicopters, type 1, type 2, type 3, rotorcraft coming in from out of the area that are using our facility, and numerous tankers that have been flying the past 2 days. So I'm headed back out there to coordinate with CAL FIRE and keep an eye on the spot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good update. Any additional staff reports? Okay. So I'm going to bring it back to the board. We're going to do consent calendar, and then I wanted to advise everybody at the conclusion of consent calendar, our board is going to go into closed session. Anticipate in the neighborhood of an hour. And so just, and we'll read that item when we get to it, but I'm just giving a little forewarning here. So if the clerk could please read our consent calendar. Oh, well, first of all, let me ask the board, is there any board member that wanted to pull an item? Okay, seeing none, if you could please read. Thank you.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the June 4th, 2024, June 5th, 2024, and June 11th, 2024 minutes. Approving item number 2, approving Tuolumne County Department of Social Services to enter into a grant agreements with California Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES, for the County Victim Services XC23 program in the amount of $138,827 for January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all grant-related documents. Item number 3, ordering special assessments against various parcels with unincorporated Tuolumne County to be collected in the same manner as ordinary real property taxes for unpaid administrative penalties and abatement costs related to code compliance cases. Item number 4, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrator officer as a result of a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023, pursuant in Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 322060, 4/5 vote required. Item number 5, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrator officer as a result of a severe storm on or about March 1st, 2024, pursuant in Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 322060, 4/5 vote required. Item number 6, approving the plans and specifications for the Parrots Ferry Road Housing Renovation Project. Item number 7, accepting the Community Corrections Partnership plan goals and budget for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Item number 8, approving a contract for AB 109, attorney services between Nutting and Smith, LLP, and the Tuolumne County Public Defender's Office with a term to end June 30th, 2025, in the amount not to exceed $114,000, included in the fiscal year 2024-2025 recommended budget. Item number 9, adopting Resolution 4924, approving the proposed joint groundwater sustainability plan for the Tuolumne County Groundwater Sustainability Agency and Stanislaus and Tuolumne Rivers Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Item number 10, adopting Resolution 5024, authorizing donation of surplus fire apparatus and equipment to the U.S. and Mexico firefighters united and execute the release and the waiver of liability and indemnification agreement.
Thank you. So looking to the board first, is there any comments that a board member has? Supervisor Haft, did you have anything?
No, thank you.
Okay. I've got just one brief comment on number 10. Just glad to see that the county is participating in that program and sending equipment that we no longer can use to our fellow firefighters in Mexico. So look for public comment on the consent calendar. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and look for a motion, please.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
So a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. If we can get a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Haff.
Supervisor Haff, we didn't get your audio. Are you?
Okay, I'll say it again. Aye.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So we are going to recess into closed session at this time, and like I said, I anticipate about an hour. Do we expect any report out? Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. Please read the item.
9:30 appointment number 1, consideration of approving the final fiscal year 2023-2024 year-end budget adjustments, 4/5. No, I'm so sorry, closed. Closed session. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, authority government code, section 54956.9 D1, Crystal Herrick versus Tuolumne County, Stanislaus County Superior Court, case number CV 24002-170. Closed session number 19. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, authority government code, section 54956.9 D1, Michael Elgin, Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV 66111. Closed session number 20. Conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Roger Root, Assistant County Administrator, Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator, and Karen McGettin, Human Resources Director, Risk Management Manager, and Deb Showman, Senior HR Analyst, Authority Government Code, Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Very good. And thanks, everyone, for having patience. This is Rebecca's first time flying solo here, so good job. So public comment on closed session. Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will go into closed session. Like I said, we do expect a report out, and we expect about an hour. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. We've restart the meeting here. I have a report out from closed session here that I'll read. Item 18, closed session, existing litigation. Supervisor Kirk moved and Supervisor Campbell seconded. By roll call vote of 5-0, the board approved the county council defend the county in the matter of Crystal Haraki et al. Versus Tuolumne County et al. Stanislaus County Superior Court case number CV-24-002170, a personal injury action arising out of an ambulance accident in Oakdale, California. The board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to the county's contractor, Manteca Volunteer Ambulance District. The other report out I have is item 19, closed session, existing litigation. Supervisor Kirk moved and Supervisor Brandon seconded. By roll call vote of 5-0, the board approved the county council defend the county in the matter of Michael Elgin et al. Versus Tuolumne County Superior Court case CV 66111, a personal injury action arising out of a trip and fall at the Standard Field. The board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to PRISM, and the board approved a retainer agreement with Carol A. Wachowski of Evans, Wachowski, Ward, and Schofield, LLP, to represent the county. The last closed session item, item 20, nothing to report on that item. So with that said, we are back in session. We're going to, I'm going to have the clerk read our 9:30 a.m. Appointment, getting into our budget areas. And just so everybody in the room knows, my intention is to go to 12:30. And then we'll break for lunch at that point. So we'll see where we're at, just for planning purposes. So if you could please read the item. Thank you.
9:30 a.m. appointment. 1, consideration of approving final fiscal year 2023-2024 year-end budget adjustments, 4/5 required.
All right.
All
good
right,
morning.
take her away.
Liz
Thank you.
Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. I'm here this morning just asking your board to make some final year-end budget adjustments. I brought a more comprehensive list on May 14th, and then inevitably, as we kind of work through and look where departments are landing, where funds are landing, we end up having to come back to the board for some additional adjustments to the budget to close out the year. So that's what we're doing here. There is a detailed list of those actions that we're asking your board to take today. And there is just a couple updates from what was posted with the agenda. So your board has copies and there are copies in the back. Those changes from what was posted on the agenda and what was shared with your board this morning are highlighted in red. So overall, one of the big changes is that we are estimating the ending fund balance in the general fund to be about $942,000 higher than what we had brought to your board on May 14th, estimating it now to be about $2,526,983. Originally, it was about $1.5 million. This comes because of a combination of increases in actual departmental revenues as well as reductions in anticipated expenses as we were putting together the recommended budget, which we will discuss at the next item. One of the things that we had, that all of us departments participated in was really going back, reviewing our budgets, looking at our actuals, looking at our revenues, and really fine-tuning and refining our year-end projections to get us to build next year's budget. And so that's what this new number comes, that's where this new number comes from. Overall, we're asking the general fund to have an increase in appropriations of $668,449 and a recognition of increases in unanticipated revenue in the amount of $720,582. I just want to note, while those numbers are not the same, which is unusual for the general fund, which all funds balance, but at the year-end budget adjustments that I brought to your board on May 14th, your board approved a transfer out of the general fund in the amount of $52,133, but I inadvertently left off or missed reducing that expense in another line item in the budget. That made, or in the Homeless Advocacy and Outreach Cost Center specifically, that made the general fund out of balance. And so the actions that we're asking your board to take today not only will clean up other departments and funds for their necessary reasons, it's also going to bring the general fund back into balance. And as always, thank you to the auditor controller for her keen eyes and her attention to detail and her help to me in finding those kinds of things. I'll just go through the list here very quickly. So in the FEMA home hardening cost center, this is a new cost center that was created to help track home hardening grant that OES was awarded. We have moved expenses out of the OES cost center into this new cost center, specifically salaries and benefits for one of the grant funded employees that works for OES under this specific grant. So we're asking that appropriations in this cost center be increased by $73,888, and there's matching offsetting revenue to go with that. Same with the USDA CWDG, or Community Wildfire Defense Grant. This also is a grant that was awarded to OES. Similar situation where there is funding associated for a person as well as other activities related to the grant. So we're pulling those expenses out of OES and moving them into this new cost center, and there is offsetting revenue to go with those as well. In facilities management, we are asking actually to reduce appropriations in this cost center due to some salary savings as a result of some vacancies in the amount of $30,444. And the reduction in appropriations there will actually offset the increase in appropriations in the newly created General Services Agency cost center. And so that cost center, we're asking your board to increase appropriations by $48,183. And again, this is to account for salaries and benefits for the newly hired General Services Agency Director, as well as the newly hired General Services Agency Assistant Director. And so the increases in these expenses are offset with, as I mentioned, reductions in Facilities Management Cost Center, as well as reductions in the Homeless Advocacy and Outreach Cost Center. So all within the general fund, we're reducing in some cost centers and increasing in others for a net of zero. And so moving to the homeless advocacy, let's see, I'm requesting appropriations in this cost center overall be reduced by $69,872 to match, yes, to match anticipated grant expenses, as well as to balance the transfers out. You know, we recognized the $6 million encampment resolution funds grant that was received into that cost center, the homeless advocacy cost center, and then we've been transferring out to either the supportive housing fund, which is the fund that was set up for the various supportive housing that your board has purchased, including like the Oak Terrace Navigation Center, the Snell houses, the Highway 108 houses, etc., as well as transferring out to capital for some of the capital improvements related to those housing. So overall, what the action that we're asking your board to take today is just to balance all of those transfers out to the capital fund and the supportive housing fund. So I'm asking your board to actually reduce the transfer out to capital by $183,470, but increase the transfer out to supportive housing by $213,223. And again, this is just ensuring the expenses for the renovations of all of those houses that were purchased are that the expenses themselves live in the cost center and in the fund and the cost center where they need to be living. And then, of course, there is an additional reduction in appropriations, and that accounts for that $52,133 that should have happened on May 14th to keep the general fund in balance. Yeah. And then there is, in the general fund miscellaneous revenues, or your board's discretionary revenues, as you know, there is funding that comes into those discretionary revenues that actually gets transferred right out to Health and Human Services, to Public Health, Behavioral Health, and Social Services. And so it's about $3.5 million usually, or this year it's about $3.5 million. And so we received greater than anticipated realignment and vehicle license fee revenue, or VLF revenue, in the amount of $583,930. So this is just a simple recognize the revenue and then increase the transfers out in the general fund to transfer that right out to those funds where that needs to be transferred out. Again, your board does not have the discretion to spend that revenue in the general fund. It must be transferred out to the appropriate social services, public health, and behavioral health funds. And so, on that note, we're also requesting your board to increase appropriations in the transfers out cost center by a total of $640,738 with the unanticipated revenue that we talked about with the realignment, as well as recognizing some additional revenue from the SB 90 revenue in the amount of $56,808. Again, this is another one where I'm grateful to the Auditor Controller and her wealth of historical knowledge. There is, your board knows we have a contract with the City and County of San Francisco where we provide emergency services to the community of Moccasin and sort of the Hetch Hetchy area. Part of that contract, or we receive the revenue, but part of that revenue actually is required to be transferred out to ambulance as a part of the ambulance services that we provide to Hetch Hetchy. And that was missed in the budget this last year. It is in the recommended budget for 24-25, just so your board knows. And so we are requesting that the board also increase transfers out to ambulance by $56,808. And that's, again, just sort of one of those kind of pass-through type and so that's all of the general fund adjustments. And then in the special revenue funds, we just have a couple. Behavioral health, we're requesting that your board decrease contingencies by $4,994, and then increase appropriations by that same amount. Increase the transfer out to capital by that amount. And that's just a little expense that we need to cover the cost of the ramp that was built for the behavioral health building. It just went over, just slightly over budget. So behavioral health is paying for that. And as I mentioned, the supportive housing fund, we're requesting your board increase appropriations in the Oak Terrace Navigation Cost Center by $578,398 for costs related to renovations there. And then also the Highway 108 house, asking your board increase appropriations by $2,000. And this is for utilities that we're paying as we make renovations to the house. And then offsetting revenue is requested to be recognized again from the Homeless Advocacy and Outreach Cost Center in the general fund, specifically from HAP 4, as well as the PLHA funding. So in total, the Supportive Housing Fund requesting an increase in appropriations of $580,398. The Permanent Local Housing Allocation Fund, we're asking your board to, let's see, yes, so we're not actually asking your board to adjust appropriations, but we are asking to move the transferring out, or approve transferring out of $367,175 to that Supportive Housing Fund, again, to address the renovation needs at Oak Terrace. Let's see here. And then in county capital, we are requesting your board actually reduce appropriations overall by $133,476. This comes from a combination of reducing $138,470 of the transfer out from the general fund that your board took action, or that we're requesting your board take action, again, related to the homeless housing. This is really just about moving the expenses to where they need to be, and then moving the budgets to match where those expenses are going to live. And then increasing by $494,994, again, for the behavioral health ramp. And then just a couple changes to the internal service funds also. The employee group insurance, we're asking your board to increase the appropriations by $1,704,658, and this is to pay the county's health, vision, and dental premiums. At the adopted budget in 23-24, not enough was budgeted, but there was a large fund balance. So staff is also requesting to recognize unanticipated revenue in the amount of $216,409 between that revenue and then the leftover fund balance. We're anticipating to have a remaining fund balance of about $68,000, and that ending fund balance is what we will carry over into next fiscal year. And then lastly, we are, again, as we spent some time reviewing mandated costs in preparation for developing the recommended 24-25 budget, we were looking overall at where our internal service funds are sitting, and if they were all healthy enough. And again, it was actually, well, it was your CAO and auditor controller who recommended pulling some from our unemployment insurance, $200,000, and putting that into the liability insurance just to give us a cushion, particularly as we kind of work through finalizing what we owe on projects related to the storms from 2023, as well as anything else anticipated. So it's just moving from one fund to the other, excess of what we think we have in the unemployment insurance to put to the liability insurance, again, just to give us that cushion. So I know that's a lot. As I mentioned, all of the detail is in attachment A in the updated version. And so I'm looking for your board, or my recommendation is that your board approve those year-end budgetary adjustments for fiscal year 23-24 as it is described in this memo and in attachment A, and a 4/5 vote is required. Thanks.
All righty. Thank you. Let's see here. Look for questions from the board, and we'll start with Supervisor Half. Do you have any questions at this point?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. And for the remainder of the board, any questions? No questions. Okay. I'll look for public opinion on this. Any public comment? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And any additional comments? Supervisor Haft, do you have any comments? None?
No, I'm ready to move.
Okay. Any other, Supervisor Brandon, you have a comment?
Great, thank you. I only had one quick comment. This is on the permanent local housing allocation item. Fine to move forward. I know this is budget adjustments. We'll talk about budget next. Those are done on, I believe, 5-year programming schedules. And when we first had it, it came back, you could do it with 10 purposes or so. Many of them are housing. One of them was related more to homelessness. At that point, we hadn't had any of these projects up and running moving forward. There wasn't the encampment resolution grant, some of these other funding sources that have come in. I know that's a bit up in the air, but I just want to say that I think we need to reevaluate our PLHA strategy and allocations, because I know that a lot of that money is still being spent into those types of funds, and it's not unrestricted, but there are other uses that I think could supplement general fund, and I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments? The only comment I have is, thanks for the work on, getting everything cleaned up and establishing the new cost centers and kind of get stuff where they, in groups where they really belong, and makes managing them better. So appreciate the work that went there. And with that said, I'll look for a motion to approve.
Chair, I'll move that the board approve the year-end budgetary adjustments for fiscal year 23-24 as described in the memo and detailed in attachment A.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon, and we'll get a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Half. Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. No noes and no abstains. So if we can have the clerk read our 9:30 a.m. 2 moving forward here.
9:30 a.m. 2, consideration of approving the fiscal year 2024-2025 recommended budget, approving all staffing changes as outlined in the memo, and attachment A, and authorizing the CAO to approve the acquisition of fixed assets and capital projects prior to the final budget hearing as detailed in attachments C and D.
All right, we're back with you here. You got you're bringing something up here? Okay. Here we go.
Okay, good morning. I guess it's still morning. So you have Tracy and Liz with County Administrator's Office, and we're going to tag team it here through the presentation that Liz developed for the board. This is, you can also follow along, but it does follow along with the memo that she wrote as well. So we're going to take you to where we ended on June 5th with the last board meeting where we talked about budget. Could you go to the next one? So at that point, we had talked about, there was a lot of conversation about whether or not the board wanted to use reserves at all, whether we wanted to talk about furloughs and other ways that we could balance the budget. So at that time, what we left with was, yes, we wanted to start having a discussion about implementation of furloughs, utilize code compliance fund, abatement fund, to help offset the cost of those two code compliance officers that your board had funded the previous 2 years, or this year and last year. We had talked about elimination of the TPRD, Tuolumne Parks and Recs contract. Your board also at that point said you wanted to delay courthouse construction projects, and that in July we would return to kind of go over our trends and analysis and some essentially looking at the future, what the future might bring with and without a revenue measure, so that you could start giving direction earlier than later. So we took all of that into, you also had asked me to go in and find room in the budgets. However that was to happen, I was to go in and find room that if you wanted to add back, that you could. And there were a few items that had been brought up during that time. As a reminder, what you have before you today is what is referred to as the CAO recommended budget. So I have gone in and looked at actuals and trends and made adjustments based on what those were in some budgets, not all, in order to arrive to where we are today. We want to go over what those are. You can take it through.
Okay, so just to discuss the fire fund first before we get into some of the others. So what we presented to the board on the 5th of June was that there was a shortfall of $524,781, and we were using reserves, general fund reserves, to balance that shortfall in the fire fund. So we worked with, again, your auditor controller, who estimates there will be about another $300,000 or so, $30,000 of American Rescue Plan interest remaining in that fund that we transferred out to fire. Additionally, we had some growth in government like development impact fees of $20,000 that we were able to pull over to the fire fund, which means the new amount of general fund reserves that are balancing the fire fund budget is $474,781. So the fire fund is currently balanced. There is no shortfall, and that is how we got the last little bit there.
Okay. So remember where we ended on June 5th was we needed to shore up about 900,000. So this was after your departments had gone in, made reductions, and had scoured and brought in any revenue that was possible. So if they could pull in additional revenues from trust funds or other types of funding availability, they did. So then we got to this $900,000 that we still needed. So if all of the units were to participate in the general fund, you'll see what that estimate would be is approximately $779,000, and we will begin the meet and confer process and come back with updates to your board in the future. So then what we did with Code Compliance Abatement Fund was we took the cost of the two Code Compliance officers that you added, and we divided that in half. So general fund is paying for half of that, and the abatement fund is paying for half of that. That does reduce, obviously, the code abatement fund by $92,000. Then we had become aware of some unexpected allocations. So your board may remember in probation several years ago, legislation was passed that inhibited their ability to be reimbursed for the cost for certain types of monitoring and other services that they offer to those that they serve. Then later, legislature came back through help of CSAC and RCRC to backfill those lost fees. And that is through the work of our Chief Probation Officer and his business managers, Shanna and Dan, as well as Justin, who does that reporting, and then the work of several others to see and give that information to the state. As a result, we had $300 and some odd thousand that had come in that would have been for this year and would be for next year. We worked with what that would look like and listened to what the Chief Probation Officer's needs were. His needs are some equipment as well as some deferred maintenance. So we left in his budget $175,000 of that. We also have $100,000 in county capital for deferred maintenance, and we pulled in $165,000 of those funds to help balance this fiscal year. And remember, those are to backfill the costs related to the services that they provided in prior years. Then I went into CDD's budget, and I looked at what their actuals were compared to what we have for next year. And again, I raised them up to maybe as much as that or a little bit more. Again, these are estimates. Do we know that we'll have such a strong season next year? We don't, but your entire budget is based on a spending plan or projections for revenues. And then we got the PILT allocation, and we had not built in a growth on that. And part of that reason I'll tell you is for those who have been tracking PILT over the years, we don't always know that it's going to be funded, and we don't know at what level. So I went in and looked at what the previous year's increase had been. It's about 3 to 3.5% increase per year. That equals to $101,000, as you can see. So if you take all of those, I then, because we had some unanticipated revenues, I put $250 back into contingencies as my recommendation, which leaves the board $112,000 for those add-ins. And of course, you could decide not to put the whole $250 back into contingencies as well. So I'm going to have Liz go over the slide.
Yeah, we just wanted to talk a little bit about why do we continue to see these budget shortfalls every year? The end of the day, and this, we discussed with your board at length on the 5th, but just as a sort of summary, revenues do not grow at the pace of operational costs to provide our services. Our discretionary revenues do grow. They do grow relatively consistently, some years better than others for varying factors, but on average, it grows about 6% a year. Our salaries and benefits increase about 8% a year, though. Some years that's significantly more than that. Some years it's less. but that's the average. And then mandated costs, as we discussed at length at the last board meeting on the 5th, they grow about 9% annually. And again, that's an average. Some years it's more. This year, yeah. Departmental revenues are never enough to pay for departmental expenses. That's just the reality. You heard CIO speak about the changes to probation department, for example, and their revenues where they used to be able to charge for fees and other things, and they're not able to anymore. That used to be revenue that went directly into their department to pay for the services that that department provided. So that just means that discretionary revenues, or those general revenues, property tax, sales tax, and TOT, have to fill the gap. We call that gap the net county cost. That's the net when you take what the revenues are and then you subtract out the expenses, that's the net. So there is more, while our revenues are increasing, there is more of a demand on those discretionary revenues by departments year over year. And then that discretionary revenue is also what's used, that's what we use to pay for capital projects. We transfer out funding or part of that revenue out to capital for our deferred maintenance and our other capital projects. There is no other funding for the most part for capital projects, as well as for our debt payments to pay for our bond, for the new jail, etc. Those discretionary revenues, they're in high demand. And I wanted to just show you a couple examples. We did include an attachment this year of all of the departments in the general fund that have a net county cost. So that would be excluding your grant funded departments like your victim witness department or your master stewardship agreement department. But these are just a couple examples, and there's the whole list in there in attachment B, just to give your board a feel for these departmental revenues, what they look like, and then their expenses, and then how those discretionary revenues, again, the three main ones being property tax, sales tax, and TOT, how they have to fill those gaps of every department in order to balance the general fund. So as an example, I just grabbed a couple. The assessor recorder, departmental revenues, about $335,000, and those are for fees for that he collects for recording and other things. And then his expenses, departmental expenses, are about $2 million. So that leaves a net county cost of about $1.7 million for the assessor's office. And that's for the assessor to operate, do the critical functions that the assessor's office provides in order to distribute or to get the roll out to then be able to assess our property taxes. And so $1.7 million of discretionary revenue, property tax, sales tax, TOT, and others, is used to fill his department. Another example, and because I love the opportunity to highlight the great work that our staff at the probation department have done in the juvenile hall, is the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility. So their departmental revenues are about $3.4 million. Their expenses are about $4.5 million, giving them a net county cost of about $1.1 million. And that, again, is discretionary revenue that's used to balance, or we use the discretionary revenue to balance the remainder in that cost center. And I just want to highlight again, this is just sort of an aside, but they have done a phenomenal job over the years of decreasing that net county cost, of increasing the amount of revenues that they bring in, of negotiating contracts, of being extremely creative with working with other counties, and even the services that they provide, becoming like a high demand facility that other counties want to send their youth to. So just want to give a shout out to them. So, but this is just an example, and then we could go through every single department in the general fund and talk about their net county cost. Again, those are all in attachment B, but that's what we talk about when we talk about these discretionary revenues. This is where they go. So you saw this slide on the 5th as well, and these are all of the board's priorities, the 4 kind of main priority areas, and then those additions that your board added, the 8 additions in January. We're going to talk just a little bit about what's included in this recommended budget of these priorities. So what is in the budget? So of your board's priorities, all five fire stations, including the grant-funded stations, are staffed and funded in this budget. There is funding for the software or app for road condition reporting. We have some assistant CAO Roger route is working with Public Works and some other folks to kind of finalize what that app might look like, but we are feeling confident that we can get that done with this budget. Also, there is a couple projects related to some of that infrastructure and kind of Main Street walkability that your board is interested in. So there's the Jamestown Gateway and Main Street Revitalization Project that is in the budget. That's a part of the attachment D related to the road capital projects. And then, of course, there's North Tuolumne Road storm damage repair. That's also in the budget. And then there is funding, and we're going to talk more in depth about this, but there is funding in this budget now in the capital projects, in the capital fund, to secure the current Sheriff's Dispatch Center, to keep it reliable, make it reliable, and then begin moving forward to a more permanent location. So let's just talk a little bit about what's not in the budget. And these are board priorities or initiatives or direction that have been given over, over time. So there's currently nothing in the budget for staff to develop and implement the short-term rental permit program that your board heard a presentation about on the 4th of June. There is no funding in the budget for vegetation management program inspectors, fire inspectors. There's no funding in the budget currently for staff to develop and implement utility scale solar. There is nothing in the budget for a match for a grant that our economic development analyst has applied for related to the USDA meat processing facility. He's applied for the grant. We're not sure if we will receive it. If we do receive it, there is a match component, and there's no funding in the budget currently for that. There is no funding in the budget for the community choice aggregate assessment with Pioneer Energy. There is no funding for the Parks Master Plan, and your board did all agree on the 5th that you would like to delay that project. So there's also no funding for courthouse renovation projects, and as we discussed earlier in the presentation, your board directed that we delay that. There is no funding for a capital improvement plan, and this is one of those areas, and we'll talk a little bit about it, I think, in a little bit later, but this is one of those areas that you have heard the CAO talk about repeatedly, so I'm happy to be a new voice asking about it. This is an important plan that really just helps us prioritize what our needs are, because right now we are reactive to, when dispatch goes down and then all of a sudden we're scrambling to make a plan. The capital improvement plan is what helps us establish what are those priorities for our deferred maintenance, and then we can methodically attack those over a 5-10 year cycle. So just putting that out there. There is no funding for a consultant for a 5-year strategic plan. That's been something that we've been discussing a little bit, talking about really trying to get us to developing a plan, a longer term plan for that strategic plan rather than being so granular into the action items. We've talked at length about this, but this would include updating our mission, vision, and values to help us, to help bring more alignment. There is no funding for the leadership board consultant facilitator contract that your board has had this fiscal year. There also is no funding for the social media management contract. We also took out funding for the high performance organization training workshops. That's something that has been a priority, but we removed the cost. And then your community development department director had put in funding for a consultant to kind of put a plan together for ADUs, to look at putting some like template plans together and do some other things related to encouraging ADUs. We removed that. Also a general plan update, that cost has been removed from the budget. There is also nothing set aside for bargaining currently in the budget, and all of your MOUs will come up this coming fiscal year. They will all be expiring this fiscal year. And then there's nothing in the budget right now to grow reserves, nothing else going toward reserves. So in summary, the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget is about 10% smaller than last year's budget overall. The general fund has a decrease of about 5.3%. That is primarily from, because I don't want to, while salaries and benefits increase, and they have increased by about $2 million this budget, that reduction actually comes primarily from master stewardship agreement projects, where we just anticipate we're going to do a little bit less work this year. We'll see. We may end up doing more, but we'll come back to the board if we need changes in that. But that's really where that major reduction comes from. You can see the other funds overall, the governmental funds, of which the general fund is one of those. We're anticipating a reduction in the budget from last year to this year of about 12%, 12.5%. That comes from the master stewardship funds projects, as well as road projects that we put in the budget last year that we weren't able to complete. So we're being a bit more conservative, thank you, with our projects that we anticipate to complete this year. And if we need to make changes to the budget, we will come to the board at a later time. And then you can see the others. And again, the internal service funds, which are primarily where those mandated costs come from, those are still growing pretty significantly by about 12% from last year to this year. And then here's just a list of contingencies by fund, so your board can see where contingencies are set. It is important to note that because this is the recommended budget and the books haven't closed, as they say, it is likely that these contingencies will grow, particularly for the non-general fund departments, that we will come back to the board at the adopted budget, and likely these departments will make adjustments to their contingencies as they get a better idea of their actual ending fund balance and moving some of that fund balance into contingencies. You want to talk about this?
Okay. So just like last year when we came to the board with a recommended budget, we were in the process of a meet and confer process. As you know, we are required to go through, and that is taking a bit longer. It took longer last year. It's taking longer this year. So what happens is we are bringing you the items that we have met the meet and confer process about. So as you go through and you look at positions that are either listed as frozen or in the additions, I want you to know that is not all of what we are currently bargaining. It's only what we have met our obligations under the meet and confer process. In the adopted budget, you will probably have another dozen or more positions that will hopefully we'll get through, and we will reach an agreement with our bargaining units for those. But we have only included in the presentation those of which we've met the obligation so far and reached agreement. You should be anticipating more of those coming in the adopted budget, and we'll continue that process as we work forward. But these, you can see, these are the positions. These are not just general fund, these are across, but there were 11 positions that are currently frozen within the county in order to help balance. So as you can see, while we talk about the general fund, your non-general fund departments such as roads, public health, and DSS have also taken action to reduce some of their costs by freezing positions. And that's one of those, and you can see what, you can see what those are. And then the top ones are the ones that are currently frozen in the general fund. And here's the additions. And again, this is not an exhaustive list here. We have some reorgs that are taking place, being proposed. We're working through that. Again, this is only what we have reached agreement on, or where if there is an obligation, sometimes it's notification, sometimes it's a full process of working with the unions on impacts, and we're currently doing that. These we have met it. So you see here, I can safely tell you, based on our recommendations and everything we're working on, there would be no net increase at the end of the day for any of our positions, but we can only show you what we have met and met with our units and the meet and confer process. So when you see coming forward, the intent would be that there would be no net increase in positions.
I just want to mention there's an error here, but it's correct on the attachment A. It says that we're deleting a facilities maintenance worker 1-2 senior and adding the director of facilities maintenance and grounds. Those are actually switched. We're deleting the director and we're adding a maintenance worker. So, yeah.
So your non-general fund, this is the change you're seeing so far as well, that we have gone through the process and met the obligation that we have with our bargaining units. Okay, so there's a couple things that we wanted to talk about when it comes to capital projects. So we're anticipating the beginning fund balance to be about $2.7 million. A lot of that is items that we are carrying forward. There's also some savings that we're going to be reallocating to needed deferred maintenance. We have an internal loan is still included in the capital budget, and that allows us to do something if your board directs it. Otherwise, if you don't, it doesn't get used and we don't pull the loan. We are asking that your board reconsider the elevator on Yaney. As you have seen over and over, our construction projects continue to escalate, and I always use the juvenile hall as a perfect example. That ended up being over double the cost from the time the original board talked about it to the time we built it. We did the ramp for behavioral health, $200,000 for just the ramp, didn't include engineering. And then the deck for our Cabrini houses, we're estimating another $200,000 to $250,000. Those are just small projects. So it kind of helps you when you look at the escalation and the cost of what that might be as we move forward. We know in order to fully utilize that building, we have to meet ADA, and the only way you're going to meet ADA is with an elevator. So staff is asking that your board would reconsider just the Yaney elevator part of it, getting the elevator project up and moving, and we can, we'll get direction from you, but just something for you to be thinking about as we move through the rest of the presentation. So we want to talk about Sheriff's Dispatch. So a couple things. We're working to figure out what do we have to do to stabilize the current dispatch while we work towards a more permanent, different location. So the first one is, there are a couple of components, is this building has a network operations center, which is critical to the Sheriff's Dispatch. If it goes down, then you're going to see dispatch go down, which is what we saw happen, unfortunately, just a few weeks ago. So we began working to find out what would we have to do to shore up this building, meaning the NOC, so that it doesn't go down and take dispatch down. So we have in the budget to remodel, redesign, and reconfigure the Network Operations Center. That is funded through Internal Service Fund. That is in this budget as well. The generator has failed repeatedly on this building. It's old, it's decades old, and that's why we see it fail. We have to electrical evaluation, because we know all of our buildings are old and the electrical is failing. We want to make sure whatever we do that it stays up and running. And then we have to do something with the fuel tank, and that's just all of that has been in there. The roof is actually something that was budgeted last year. We never got to, but if we're going to be messing around with generator and stuff, it's a good time to get that roof done too. Then there's the current dispatch, which is at the sheriff's on Sunset, as you can see. The generator, we had been led to believe that had been ordered. We found out through staff changes it had not been ordered, so your new GSA team is working to get that order placed and to get that in there and running. The other one is we'd also been led to believe that the electrical in the sheriff's dispatch had been fixed. What we have found out is that is also not true. They're continuing to have issues there. So this budget includes the purchase of the generator, installation of the generator, and updating the electrical as well. And so the goal then being to keep the current dispatch running for probably 2 years at least, if the other plan works out. Then the other one we had told you, the more permanent solution, was we were going to reach out to CDCR and BSCC, which is California Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections, and Board of State Community Corrections. So they're the ones that have oversight on use of the building and what we can and can't do. Mo did send out an initial request to find out, would it be possible to move dispatch permanently there? We got back a series of questions. I then met with the sheriff, asked him if that was something he was interested in. He indicated he was. We got him floor plans, got him the list of questions he would need to answer. They're working on that. We will do a next meeting for all of us to get on the same page, and then we'll begin having conversations with the state to determine, will they let us, and under what conditions can we make that happen. So that's what we're doing to address dispatch, which all of the board had said was a very high priority for you, and those are in the budget. We do have the cost for plans and specs as well. I think it's like $450,000. We don't know what it would be, but that's what we've put aside in this budget for plans and specs for remodeling of the area that the sheriff has selected for remodel. And again, that means we only move forward once we get approval from those two state agencies. Yeah, so in the attachments that you have, and I can't remember, so yeah, thankfully Liz has memorized this. I remember those days. So you can see I'm going to have her walk you through these.
So these are just the other capital projects that we have on the list for your board's awareness. So we are finishing up the access control project. We still have funding allocated. And I just want to mention, we talked about it earlier, but most of the funding from these projects here comes from fund balance and capital, where a lot of these projects were budgeted in 23-24 and we're not done. So we're just rebudgeting them into next year. Access control being one of those, probation, admin, and then the community resilience centers, we're adding access control to those buildings. Also the boiler replacement for this building, the ag department has needed a generator. Their power goes out often out there. And again, that was budgeted this year. We're rebudgeting it into next year. This is one that, as a part of this budget, we're transferring out from the general fund $1 million into capital, which is kind of, we always transfer out something from the general fund into capital. And that transfer out is paying for the HVAC system replacement in the A&F building. We also heard from your board that that was a high priority. And so our general services agency has already begun getting quotes and will be replacing that HVAC system. And then there are some deferred maintenance needs, and you heard the CAO speak about those at probation and some other equipment things that are needed, things like bulletproof glass and some other kind of safety things, as well as just some deferred maintenance to avoid the flooding and other things that they have there. The Cabrini House deck is another project that just keeps on keeping on. We're hoping to finish it this coming fiscal year, and that's another rebudget, and that's paid for out of the behavioral health fund. And then the Cedar Road building remodel, this is the building that we just purchased, that ambulance just purchased. That's going to house the ambulance as well as public health. Ambulance is transferring in $1 million into the capital fund to do the remodel of that building. And then the Columbia Pool closure. This is a project that we've been working on for many years, actually, for a variety of deferred maintenance issues that we've encountered. The Columbia Pool has been closed. And we've been working with the school as well as the state to look at what our options are. And we collectively feel that we'll be able to close the pool, restore the site back to its original or close to its original status. And then, so the funding that was in there to repair the pool now is in there to do all of the closure that we hope to finish this fiscal year. There's also funding in there for the Columbia Way house that is supportive housing that your board purchased for veterans, specifically for the construction documents for that. And then there's other supportive housing renovations, and all of that is paid for out of the either encampment resolution funds or other permanent local housing authority funds. And then there is funding in there from social services, again, for work that was not done this fiscal year that we are rebudgeting into next fiscal year to remodel some of the Tuolumne General Hospital to make the space more usable for the Department of Social Services staff that are using the building.
Here's some of the options where we talked about what's not in the budget earlier on, and we've attached some estimated costs. Some, are easier for us to estimate than others, like the cost of staff if you wanted to add in an inspector, for example. Of course, I'm going to caution the board with where we are to not add any staff, especially wait until we get to the adopted when we know a bit more information, but there's the cost there to do that. There is a request. Your board did direct CDD to begin developing and implementing the permit process for short-term rentals. The reality is, to administer that program, developing it is one thing, but administering is another. And the request in the budget was for them to have an administrative support, so an admin tech to support administering that short-term rental permit process. That is not in your budget. It was removed. It was an initial request and was removed when we were balancing. In here you're going to see we've been having conversations about utility scale solar. The meat processing plant, that is something that started a while back. It went from Supervisor Brandon and now to Supervisor Half, who's been leading that with UCCE. And we've had some really good interest. I went to one of those meetings at our EOC and the room was full of ranchers. They just know they can't afford to put it together. They are looking to us if we can help make it happen. So it's a kind of a feasibility study. We did submit a grant. When I say we, Robbie submitted a grant, and our obligation for share of costs would be $30,000 for that. That's not in here. And then the CCA, while we have talked about whether or not TIPA could pay for this, the current version feasibility study is not anything that benefits TIPA. In order for us to use TIPA, that would have to be expanded to benefit the Public Power Authority. Right now, it's for residents and businesses, which Public Power does not serve. So just something to think about that's not in here. Again, the Parks Master Plan, which you had said, go ahead and move on without this year. Go ahead and make that a priority. Again, here's the elevator. You know, there, if you wanted to move forward, you do have the ability that is, you know, you could use the internal loan or you could tell us no. Capital improvement plan. I'm bringing this back up, and I know you're all sick of hearing me bring this up because this is my 6th year. But what you have been saying to me lately when we've been bringing you these capital projects is how nice it would be to have a plan that would tell you all of the deferred maintenance we have and the cost and what the priority would be. That's exactly what a capital improvement plan is. They are expensive because they bring in people like your contractors that are licensed in plumbing and electrical and general contracting and HVAC, all of that. They review each building and then they give you a recommendation either for the life of what's currently there or recommendations for replacements. So I can tell you, I don't know what that would be. We could throw a number out there like we always do. What I would recommend is it doesn't take anything but a little bit of staff time to put out an RFP. And between now and September, what I'd like to do is put that RFP out just to see what would the cost of that be for you to consider in the adopted budget. And that would give us all a comprehensive plan that's actually required in the ordinance under CAO to have a current capital improvement plan that we would now be able to start putting some type of future plan together of how do we fund it and how do we prioritize these, because right now we just react to all of our systems that are falling apart, like the fact that we're talking about replacing a boiler in this building. The word boiler alone should let us know that that means it's a very old system. We had always talked about having a consultant for the 5-year strategic plan. You may remember in the past we were working with Robert Bendorf, and he is no longer working with MRG. He moved on to a private entity. We don't have anything in the budget for this. I know it's a priority. I believe it should be a priority, and that's an estimate. But we probably wouldn't spend more than that in the fiscal year, and maybe we could just knock it out and get it done. Your board has been working with someone, a professional coach and executive coach, and doing some consulting for you. That would stop as of June 30th unless you want to add something back in. His current contract is actually for $100,000, but he does coaching for 5 members of the executive team and has also done some conflict management for us with some of the departments to have an external individual go in there and help work through some of the issues in the departments. This would only be just for the board. If you want to consider that, that's what we had in the budget that we removed. Social media, that was something some of you brought up. You didn't like the idea of it going completely away. This is just a small amount, and what we would do is reissue an RFP and see if there's anyone interested in doing a smaller scale version of social media. I've already had talked to you individually. We did remove HPO training. Since I've been in my role for 5 years, we have been implementing HPO. So what happens is we bring the consultant here, and for that amount of money, you get about 75 to 80 staff that participate here locally in that training. I do want to provide that we believe, even though you heard from staff, some of them during the leadership philosophy that came out of the HPO training, is that we believe we can still do some of that internally. We'll keep the leadership philosophy going. We just won't have that intensive training that happens in those 3 days with 75 staff, teaching them what it is and what are the benefits and how do you put it into action. The other thing that was in the CDD budget that was removed when she was asked to make reductions in her budget was consultant for ADUs and general plan update. I've had a couple questions from some of you about the consultant for ADUs, and I know, Quincy is here. She can answer the specific about what would that do. Again, no set aside for bargaining, and you already heard this already. All of our units are coming up. All of their agreements expire next fiscal year. And then, of course, as a board policy, there's nothing in here for reserves, which we have waited till they adopted to put anything in reserves. So that's something that, I think should something come in better or some unanticipated revenues, even higher fund balance, that's a time that you could consider putting money in reserves at that time. Okay, so next steps. We had talked about, unfortunately, we had thought we were going to have an adopted budget on July 18th, so we have people who have made plans for traveling in August, which is normally when we would be doing budget conversations with you. So we are going to jump into that in July because we will have my partner next to me for budget won't be here most of August, and we have a board member who won't be here for a few weeks in August. So we need to get a lot of that work done in July, and then we'll have those meetings, and hopefully we can start getting some direction. That will include, like we talked about, the trends, where I talked about, there was, I've seen a few comments on Facebook about not tracking. Of course, we track our expenses. We always look at the increases year to year. What I had started when I was the budget coordinator, I had gone back to 2007 and have trends all the way to the current year. That stopped when I stopped doing budget, is what I found out more recently. So Liz and Sean Cole in our office have been updating those. So those are the types of things we're going to bring you so you can see almost a 20-year history of actual trends and what we're seeing and what does that look like, and then the some explanations for why we see those changes. The other thing is that our office and the auditor controller's office will be working together for forecasts for the future. So everything from what if we get a revenue measure that's passed, say, in November, and what if we don't? What does that look like for both of those and moving forward? Then in September is when we have to approve an adopted budget no later than October 2nd per government code. Then we go, so we'll get that to you probably the first 2 meetings in September. Right now it's September 17th is the date that we have on there to do the adopted budget. And that's the full hearing that we would have and publish before then. Then in November, we had talked about if in the event a revenue measure doesn't pass, we have to make some hard decisions. Your board had directed staff to come back immediately thereafter and start having conversations with this board about what are the changes we need to make, knowing they'd be compounded in 24-25 if we did not do that. So in here, we're gonna get into board direction on those others, but what we are asking your board to do today is to approve the 24-25 recommended budget, approve all the staffing changes as outlined in attachment A, in the memo and attachment A, knowing that in the adopted there will be more, and then authorize the CAO to approve acquisition of fixed assets and capital projects prior to the final budget. And those are in attachment C and D. That is required now because normally we have to have a spending plan, and I need your authority to begin doing those types of actions before September. And then the next one is now board direction. What would you like us to change? What is it you want added? Anything like that. And then whatever changes that you want, we will incorporate. Again, this is the recommended, the spending plan. We'll incorporate those in, make sure it's all balanced, and then we can get that posted. And we're happy to answer any questions. And of course, your department heads are here as well. Supervisor Goldenberg, I did want to ask for department heads who want to address the board. Do you want to do that separately? Do you want to have them come up before public comment? How would you like to handle that?
I'll take a little poll of the board here. How would you guys like to have them come up now and then we'll move from there? Or I was kind of thinking about that. All right, let's do that. Yeah.
So any department heads who would like to address the board, this would be the time for you to come up and do that.
Hello.
Good morning. wrote it out so that I wouldn't lose track. Good morning, Community Development Department Director Quincy Yaley here. Thank you to the CAO's office and your board for all the time and energy you've put into the budget this year. I know that what the public doesn't see is all of the meetings that have happened outside of this to answer questions and explain things, and so your time is valuable, and as a department head, I appreciate your dedication to the process. I just wanted to, so today I want to just talk briefly, some for our board, some for our staff, and some for the public. That CDD's budget going into next year is about $5.6 million. We receive through permit fees about 2.3 million of that. So about 40% of our budget we pull down from revenues, from fee revenues. And that's over. Where I'm going to talk about is that when staff work reduced hours, there's a big delay in pulling down those fees. In being asked to scrub our budget, CDD removed just over $400,000 worth of resources. This included pulling money from the Code Compliance Trust Fund of about $92,000, eliminating a long-range community planning project that we were hoping to do in response to fire severity zone maps and the availability of infrastructure. We'd also planned to hire an architect or a designer to be able to provide for free pre-approved plans that could be used to build single-family homes or accessory dwelling units, and those items are on your list of things to reinstate. I wanted to note that the Code Compliance Trust Fund, which about $92,000 is being pulled from, in 2019 was only $124,000. We had one staff member working in that department at the time. When your board dedicated resources to that department, the balance of that account has now grown to $350,000, which is about a 188% increase. And the only reason we have that increase is because we have those extra resources who are not only working to bring people into compliance, but are also pulling down additional fines and penalties. And I just wanted to warn you that as we go through additional budget shortfalls, that we should just be mindful of using that trust account to help balance the budget. A little bit more on code compliance is our code compliance staff, they single-handedly basically plan, oversee, and implement all illegal cannabis enforcement across the county. The code compliance staff members pull in the State Department of Cannabis Control and the County Department of Fish and Wildlife. And the staff work to bring those resources into our county to enforce at a scale beyond what we could do alone. And in fact, the staff is in the field today with the state after weeks of sharing intel and planning enforcement. Back to the budget. In addition to the reduction of $405,000, our revenues were increased above what we originally proposed by about $124,000. When CDD budgets revenues, we are very deliberate, and we are very conservative, and we base that on staffing hours that we know we will have. So when we put a budget together for this year, it was before furloughs. We didn't know furloughs were going to happen when we put our revenues in for this year. And so the 1.5 million or so that we think we're going to be bringing in, they take into account the productive hours of an employee, but they don't take into account furloughs. In the last few years, those building permit fees have been higher than we've originally budgeted, and they've been higher. They grow every year without furloughs. We have the staff and availability to do the work and to pull that revenue down. I'm not saying that the revenue would never show up. I'm just saying there'd be a delay in pulling that revenue down on those projects. This year, we have a lot of moving parts in our development department, specifically related to fees. We're undergoing an environmental health fee study right now. And in recent weeks have really been drilling into looking at building and planning fees. We're putting those plans together. I'd also like to talk with my peers about consolidating services where it makes sense. We're doing this in code compliance already, and we'd like to see if there's more options. But increased revenues can really only be achieved if we have the staff to do the work. We get challenged when there's 96 hours of personal flex days and then 40 hours of furloughs are on top of that, along with $400,000 reduction in department resources. When revenues are budgeted to increase and furloughs are implemented, we are asking staff to do more with less resources. CDD has really actually supported this budget by $530,000 when you take into account both the revenue increase and the resource reductions. And we're willing to do that, and we're willing to furlough. We only have one promotion that we were requesting, and in the schedule in the back of your board item, it shows that our department was going down by 13%. But when you add in our fee increase, we're actually contributing 20% to help cover the budget shortfall. Other departments have increasing net county costs. Those could be grants, those could be promotions, but we really are working hard in CDD to take that net county cost down. I know that the board knows this, but just for everyone, that a staff member is generally considered to have 1,680 productive hours. A full-time, and one FTE is about 2,080. But the 1,680, that's before we add on 96 hours of personal flex leave. Now we're down to 1,584 hours. Some of that might move up into the above if they're using their personal flex days for vacation. But now adding additional 40 hours of furlough to be implemented, we're going to have issues with staff availability and completing routine work, in addition to managing emergencies that arise, as well as board priorities. Moving from one full FTE, adding in going to the productive hours, subtracting out personal flex leave, and adding in furloughs, right off the bat, we're talking a 25% reduction in one FTE in terms of their availability. We are going to be drilling into our revenues, and we'll be back before your board to consider fee increases to help keep pace with mandated costs and technology improvements. We've also been working on our development audit process, and one of our goals is to improve or reduce processing time. But when we have fewer hours worked by staff, it's difficult to speed up the processing time. We'll be looking for other ways to meet customer expectations. On the list of things to add back into the budget, I'd ask you to wait. I'd ask you not to add anything back into my budget today. No new positions. The fall is the budget time that I'm dreading. I've been dreading for a long time, and I know a lot of department heads are. And I just encourage you to make sure we really know what the picture looks like in September before we start adding things into the budget. I'm almost done. Thank you for this time. I appreciate it. During a department head meeting we had while the board was considering a TIPA item, I learned that from a slide that the full $100,000 that the Code Compliance Trust Fund was going to be contributing to the budget shortfall was not totally needed in order to balance the budget under option A. And so I leaned over and whispered to Liz, and I was like, hey, how about we back that off to just actually what we need? You know, if we only need $30,000 or $40,000, let's not pull the full 100. And she said, oh, yeah, okay. So then I heard that Kelly's department was planning to cut part-time salaries in order to make their contribution to reduce their net costs on the budget. So Kelly and Liz and I sat there, and I said, Liz, take the full 100, because then that allows Kelly's staff to stay. And so I checked this week, and Kelly's salaries part-time salaries are in the budget. And so I'm very happy to do that. And there's other department heads besides myself who are more than willing to reach across our departments to help each other when we need to. So as I said, today's not my major concern. It's really the decisions that are going to be going before you this fall and beyond with the expiration of the SAFER grant. I encourage your board to move forward on the Geiger study and implement commercial Geiger fees, as well as the CFD project, and look at other fee increases that can be made in other areas of the county. Back to the list of things to add in. I'd encourage you not to choose any of them. I brought some props to show you why. So, we'll see. All right. So this jar is a workload of 1,680 hours an employee has. This is their productive hours. And this picture is what I consider to be the extra workload that comes up in a year. It happens. Department, we know it's going to happen. We expect it to happen, and we do our best to work around that. And so you take your jar of your productive hours and you put it in your workload, and you have all this empty space around there that needs to be filled with something because we don't have any more hours to fill that space. And so department heads are pushing and pulling, and we're working extra time. Managers are working extra time because we don't want to let anybody down. We want to meet the expectations. We want to fulfill your board priorities, and we're willing to do pretty much anything to make that happen. The other thing that is in this bucket is long-term leaves that we have in offices. So somebody goes on maternity leave, and we got to cover for that person. The staff is constantly trying to stretch to meet the edges of the workload. And so when we then take those staff hours and we make them smaller through personal flex days and through furloughs, and we put that in the same pitcher, the distance between that cup and the edges of the pitcher is bigger. And staff are trying to do whatever they can to, again, meet your expectations, because that's what we want to do. We get staff that get sick, they get stressed, they're going out on stress leave. We make mistakes when that happens. Mistakes get made, projects get picked up and put back down, and it takes a really long time then for things to get done. I lived through that in the climate action plan. We're always stretching. Staff is always stretching to meet the edges of the picture because we don't want to disappoint you and we don't want to disappoint the public. But I think it's really important when you're looking at putting things back into that picture about what we're going to look at, you have to consider that there's fewer resources, not just in my department, but across everybody's department in order to get that done. Because if you give me a project to do, I'm going straight to Sarah's office, and her cup just got smaller too. A Wise County employee this week sent me an email and ended it with the line, "People first." So when you're continuing your discussions today, please make sure that you're thinking about the people. And as we stretch to accomplish the workload in the picture, be mindful that the staff don't have to stretch so far. The intent of me coming up here today is to just explain my perspective to you, the county staff, and the public about how CDD is covering the shortfall, and to initiate a conversation about the resulting resources after everyone's contributions to balance the budget are brought, and what the furloughs further bring on that strain. It truly is a wicked problem, and I'm happy to be a part of any solution you need us to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Hello.
Hello. So there's so many things in regards to capital projects that I can come before you to talk about. The deferred maintenance list that I gave to Tracy the other day was over 25 pages. You know, it's just really hard. And we need to balance it with what Quincy was talking about as far as the staff and the people. But what I really want to talk to you about today is one special capital project that I would deplore your board to reconsider. And that's in regards to the Yaney elevator. Right next door to us is an iconic building that's part of our culture as Tuolumne County residents. And the decision that your board made the other day of not putting in the elevator means that we're not going to use that building. That building is going to be mothballed. It means that it's going to continue to decay. I already have issues in the building right now in regards to there's several leaks in it. We have problems with some of the windows. I mean, when we don't use buildings, we've seen it. They just fall apart. Having that elevator means that we would be able to use that building in some form or fashion. I thought that CAO Riggs's explanation to you in regards to cost was impeccable. So for example, when I worked on the juvenile facility in 1997, we were proposing to build a 60-bed facility. At that point in time, the cost estimate for a 60-bed facility was $7 million. Jump ahead to getting funding for that in 2014. We're building a 30-bed facility for $16 million. That doesn't even include the off-site improvements that needed to be made to bring in all the infrastructure. The cost for this facility is not going to go down. It's something that we know we need, regardless of what we do with that building. We need to put in an elevator. The engineer's cost for the elevator, plans and specs are done, as your board is aware. We were about to, we did the bid walk, but based on your decision, I've canceled the project. I can restart it if your board decides to make a different decision. But the cost estimate is somewhere between 1.6 and 1.8 million to do that project. Again, it's not going to be any cheaper. If your board decides to go forward, and I know it's a tough decision, there's a lot of choices before you today, but if you decide to go forward, staff would then come back at a later date and work with your board in trying to, if we were to do the elevator, we would come back with recommendations on how to utilize that facility now that it is available. I'm just here if you have any questions about the project. Thank you.
Any additional staff? Okay, seeing none, we'll continue here. So at this point, well, we're right up against what I said was going to be our lunch break. I think this would be a good time to take it. And we'll resume at 1:30. We'll come back and we'll go from there. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone, and continuation of our Board of Supervisors meeting. We are continuing on our 9:32 appointment regarding the budget. And so let's see, we went through a couple of staff people, and do you have anything further that I'm just going to invite the public to speak, but also had one other staff member I was going to ask.
There is one point of clarification we wanted to make that is in this presentation that was not presented quite accurately, is on, I don't remember which slide, there's a couple of them, but it talks about Columbia Pool, and it says Columbia, it says closure. What I want to make sure is we have not had conversations that have discussed closure yet, but we have, you may remember, several years ago, the board had allocated funds for hopefully renovation of Columbia Pool. We've been working through the process and working with the school. So we have not reached any conclusion yet. We're still working with the school. What this is meant to be is the Columbia Pool, the amount that you obligated is still there for that purpose as we continue to work. So that's what that means. There's nothing at this point that is hard written anywhere about closing it permanently. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And I would, before I go to the public, I would like to invite Tamara to come up and just discuss one item that was on, I'm not sure the slide number, was it 18, I think, the options to add back. Yeah, there we go, thank you. And so on the right-hand side, towards the bottom is consultant for ADUs. Could you just explain that, because I think maybe there's a little bit of misconception here.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Goldenberg. Tamara Blankenship, Housing Development Specialist. Yes, on this list it says consultant for ADUs, and the item is actually funding that we were initially wanting to put in there related to a pro-housing item that I'll be talking about later, so the timing is a little backward. Right. But this is really for single-family home plans and duplex plans. So you probably heard a lot about pre-approved ADU plans, and we believe that a more effective, more efficient, more fair strategy in our county that could deliver more housing quickly for the groups of people that most need housing would really be to deliver single-family home plans and duplex plans that are pre-approved. It would cut cost and time. That would require a consulting firm who specializes in these types of pre-approved housing plans to draft those plans for us. I've spoken with a couple of different firms to get this kind of loose number, but fairly confident we would be in this neighborhood to deliver a couple of different plans. And they do need to be engineered for snow load and things like that. So we aren't able to just pull plans off the shelf that another county might have already devised themselves. That's a cheaper option. And I've already confirmed that that option is not available to us. So this is what we're thinking would be required to do that program. And I'll talk about it a little bit more in the pro-housing item.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that. One other piece to it, when we're talking this type of thing, which I'm in favor of, having some standardized plans could work out well, for our housing goals. Are we looking at coming up with a standard that multiple vendors could submit plans under? I'm just trying to get a feel. And you'll describe it more later, but just to put in context a little bit is.
There's definitely a couple of different ways to approach this. And initially we're thinking that it would be putting out an RFP and asking for firms to submit their proposals to us and what they would provide us for the price. If somebody wanted to present plans to us for consideration for pre-approval, we would always be able to do that. But this is the cost for putting out that RFP and asking for them to draft plans specific for our area.
Step one first, let's get those going, and then we can massage that. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the extra information here.
Thank you.
All right, so that said, I'm going to now look for public comment on budget items up to this point, and we've still got a little ways to go here, but please come on up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sharon Marovich, Tuolumne Heritage Committee. I was not here this morning, so I don't know what you've discussed, but I think it's very important for us to, we support the elevator, but my concern is the idea that you put the elevator in and then start work on the third floor.
I understand your concern, and we're looking through this right now. We're just trying to figure out how to get access. Could be for the public, could be for employees. And the important thing is to be able to have the building itself accessible, and we still have work to do in deciding what path we're going to take.
The first floor is totally accessible.
I understand
So you
that.
could move in offices there at your leisure. But I think the public ought to see what changes would take place on the third floor, and that's my big concern. Is the elevator is going to be the thing that makes it possible to start working on the third floor. And
I understand that.
And taking it apart.
I understand that, but today we're charged with looking at the budget and looking at the elevator now in specific for access. The other parts of what we do or do not do with that, with the historic courthouse still remain to be
So
fleshed out.
you don't worry that piecemealing this by the time you finally get enough money for the courthouse. And by the way, it isn't the Yaney building. It's the historic Tuolumne County Courthouse, and it's one of the most exceptional buildings in this region. Every report you have calls it the Yaney building. That does not give it the respect that it deserves.
Okay, so we'll take note of that, but again, we're not at the point where you're looking, and really we need to move on to other people to be able to speak regarding the budget in particular right now.
Well,
I understand that.
She's talking about the elevator, which is...
No, we were talking about the elevator, but then it transgressed into something further, looking at design stuff, and that's where I'm saying we need to separate that portion out. But the elevator portion is one that's under discussion today.
Yeah, no, the Tuolumne Heritage Committee recommends that, well, we support an elevator because we want that building to be accessible to everyone.
Very good.
Only the first floor is now.
Understand. Okay.
Sorry I strayed.
No, that's okay. It's just we're on the budget quest here. So, good afternoon, sir.
Well, I may perhaps stray as well. Oops, what happened to my notes? All right, so in reference to the budget deliberations, I'm just kind of stepping this up to a higher level in the tactical detail, which is great that we're receiving. But I'm advocating that our public safety be our top priority funded item, and I know that is the case, so I'm confident of that. And that we follow that by programs that result in economic development, growth, and prosperity, things that can generate revenue beyond the things that we're already doing now. So we need more revenue, because you can see the trend is that our cost of delivering services is rising faster than our cost of raising revenue. So we need to address that, and that the remaining top priority that I'm recommending that we should be looking at visible ongoing efforts on organizational efficiency and finding ways to remove barriers both to our staff and to the public goals. So this is essentially adding development and adding growth. And additionally, I'm suggesting that we do the things that will help both the community and our government partners to expand our efforts to employ all able-bodied residents of Tuolumne County, those that are employable and that are desirous of work. Let's work, because that generates income, which generates maybe paying for housing, which then generates property taxes and sales tax and all the other things that come along with engaging the whole community. So that's my input to the process at a very high level. If we prioritize those in that way, and that's more of a long-term view than the short-term critical emergency steps that we're taking now. But that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Additional public comment. Remember, this is public comment regarding the budget process, our 9:32 appointment on today's agenda.
Okay, my name is Chuck Holland, and I'm the president of your Historical Society. And I'm here to share with you the views of the Historical Society Board. We've had a couple of discussions regarding the courthouse and the proposals to renovate it and things like that. And generally, what I would like to share with you is where we are coming from. We agree that the courthouse should be renovated and used. So we would like to see that. We don't want to see the courthouse become another dome situation, where it's one of the nicest pieces of architecture in the county and it's fallen apart. So we would like to see the courthouse, and the way to prevent that is to have it be used. So we realize that it needs to be used. And if, in fact, in order to utilize it, it needs to have an elevator installed, then that seems to be the logical first step so that you can become ADA compliant and use it. But at the same hand, we would like to say that we were one of the people that helped get its historical building designation. And we are really interested in seeing it remain an historical building. So whatever renovation you end up doing, we would like to see that accomplished in a way that preserves the historical integrity of the building as much as absolutely possible. I have to agree with Sharon Marovich that the current design for the courtroom is not acceptable for our Historical Society. We need to see a lot more preservation of the original courtroom than is in that design. And it would be the same for the office buildings on the other floors. I remember those office buildings were used pretty much the way they are.
I'm sorry, sir, if I can interrupt again.
Certainly.
We're discussing budget. We're discussing the elevator in particular. I understand the concerns completely about the design, what gets done or not done with the building. We recently, as a board, agreed that we were not going to pursue further development over there in the immediate future. That was done 1 or 2 board meetings ago. And so that part is sitting there right now. We're not moving forward, but the question of the elevator still remains. So that's what we're concentrating on.
Focus on that then.
Yes.
Yeah, and I can see that makes a lot of sense to me, that if you want to use the building, you have to have it ADA compliant. So you can do it 2 ways, major reconstruction or minimal reconstruction. And so we would prefer the minimal impact and maintaining the historical integrity as much as possible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you. Additional public comment. Good
Board of
afternoon.
Supervisors. I'm Linda Emerson, and I was just at a meeting with the Board of Directors from the museum, and I'm here to say that I also am supporting, as an individual, supporting the concept of the elevator on the back of the courthouse. Tuolumne Historical Marker 1-1971 was designated, that's when we were designated as a historical site. I would like to see that building, I'd like to see that fence taken down. I would like to see that we don't end up in a situation of saying it might be less expensive to wait, because we know that that never happens. Prices will never go down. We do not want to see it end up being just like the dome, which is rendered almost useless at this point. So I'm casting my vote for myself as well as for the rest of the Historical Society. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, come back to the board. So we've walked through a lot of this, had a little time to perhaps think about it some more. I know I did over our lunch break, which was helpful. So at this time, look to the board for, let's just start with just straight questions. Is there specific questions without, getting into a lot more? We're going to have more opportunities, to comment, but are there any questions? And I'll start with Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I did have a question. It got answered over the lunch hour. And so I don't have any questions remaining. So thank you.
Okay, very good. And balance of the board. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. So with respect to the Yaney Courthouse elevator and the internal loan, what is the term of the loan? What is the length of time that expenditure will be spread out over?
All internal loans must be repaid within 5 years.
5 years, okay. Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Supervisor Brandon.
Good, thank you. One of the things we had on there was the CCA assessment. My understanding is that does have relevance to extra capacity in TIPA and could be funded, I think, through there. I just wanted to confirm, do we think we can have that incorporated within the TIPA budget and the item that we're going to be discussing later today?
I think a portion of that $15,000 could be, if your board opted to have the assessment look broader at, to include the portion of the TPPA power that is not currently being utilized. Yeah, and it probably would cost more than $15,000 if you opted to include the TPPA power as a part of the assessment. So the answer is yes. The cost would probably be more.
Or could we incorporate the entire $15,000 under TIPA, since the only way to be able to access that would be to do the CCA joining study? It has co-benefits, but it's kind of required.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. I wanted to ask about a couple of the revenues from the specific budget. There were a few fees, including like radio fees, that have been kind of frozen for a long time at like $75,000. I guess the question is, do we adjust our fees, annually across, a lot of these departments for, a few percentages for inflation?
So our fees for service, your building permit fees or all of the other, recording fees in the assessor's office or whatever, those get adjusted annually by, it's a formula that we have that's based on salaries and benefits for the previous year of the cost for the employees, because again, our fees are only the cost that the county's cost to provide the service, which is, in the large portion of that cost is the employee providing the service. So we do have an inflator, and that gets changed every July 1st. Specific to the radio fees, that is a charge that we have where ambulance and public works road department pays for a portion of that department for a proportionate amount of time that department serves those other two departments. General fund department is the radio, ambulance and public works are non-general fund.
Okay. Wanted to ask too about Standard Park in there. It has listed revenues of actuals in the past of about 18,000. It budgets, I think, 100,000 for the next year and 180,000 for the year after that. That seems really ambitious to me. So I was wondering if you could, this, by the way, that's from the governmental funds, obviously, spreadsheet, a lot of these questions.
Yeah, so Eric Aiken is here, but we did state in the 5th that part of his budget proposal that he submitted included begin charging for specific types of fees, like entry fees into the park and stuff like that. Okay. So that would still have to come back to the board, and it would still be up to board discretion to approve that. But he has already some fees that he used and proposed in there, and he is here. He can give you the specifics.
Eric Aiken, Library Recreation. So yeah, those fees that we added in were entrance fees to Standard Park, charging adults entrance to the park. Those lower previous years that we're looking at were, some of that was during COVID when we were actually closed quite a bit for Standard Park. We were closed well past the actual opening deadline, and so our revenues were much lower those years.
Okay, that makes sense.
During COVID. All
right, great, thank you. I wanted to ask, one of the things we brought up before with the budget discussions was liability insurance, and in a lot of these centers, the PS&S for insurance is a major cost driver year to year. So I don't know if this question, are we able to, in a budgeting process, be able to talk about whether we would wish to continue a liability insurance as opposed to, having an internal service fund created with a certain amount put aside into that? And self-insure?
So the answer would be yes, we could start having those discussions, but it's going to be a long-term planning process. We do not have sufficient cash flow in there to be able to support the number of claims that we pay in a year. We're talking millions of dollars, and we only have 400,000 in there as a balance. So we would have to come up with, so what we would do is come back with a plan, if that's what the board wants to do, is we would come back with a plan of how you would fund that over the next so many years to reach a certain balance for confidence level. And then we would also come with you what those risks might be with a history of claims and that kind of stuff. But that's not anything we would be able to put into place right now because there's simply not the cash flow to do it.
Okay. I had a question also for within the public safety sector, if maybe the sheriff has a moment to be able to ask. I wanted to ask about a couple of the items related to vehicle communications and boat patrol within the budget. And as a heads up too, I have a question later on probation as well in services and supplies.
Dave Vasquez, Sheriff, Tuolumne County.
Great, thanks, Sheriff, appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir.
I wanted to ask, within the budget, there's a $140,000 increase. It's for vehicles. There's another one that I think is vehicle equipment. What's the rationale? I know we've made some investments in computer aided dispatch or whatever systems within the cars, but what's it coming from when it's some of these vehicle expenses?
That specific line item for the equipment inside the vehicles, is that what you're referring to, or actually the fleet budget itself?
One of them is $130,000 for vehicle equipment. One of them is $140,000 for increases in vehicles, which is about 30% of that line item, and another one is $148,000 for the next each year for boat patrol under vehicles.
Okay. So those are two separate inquiries, one for patrol and then one for boat patrol?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so boat patrol should be offset by state money that comes in as well for vehicles to manage that fleet. And they determine, I want to say, it's a 1-for-1 every 2 years we qualify to purchase new vehicles, so there should be money to offset that. As for the actual patrol fleet, we have recognized that there is an exponential increase in the cost of vehicles in and of itself, just buying them through fleet services, and that is reflected in that increase.
Okay, great. And I think, and I wanted to ask too, the TNT team, or the TNT line
narcotics team?
Yeah. Okay. So that would be looking to reestablish that, I think it was in 2025, or having at least a funding for, it looked like one staff position.
That is, I want to say, if I'm being ambitious, right, for an actual narcotics team, what that entails is a lot of overhead associated with funding detective level positions to investigate those types of crimes. What I would like to do, and I'm already in the works of creating an outline, is to have a hybrid team fulfill those functions and somewhat marginally disrupt the narcotics trade in the county right now. And I can do that without having to create all that additional overhead. I could just simply designate some of those folks in a team to combat narcotics now. So I'm looking at it through that lens right now, baby steps to see what the future looks like. Obviously, there's an opportunity for the people to speak on what they want enforcement to look like in this community. So I'm holding off on saying that it's an actual investigative narcotics team right now, but I am outlining a hybrid team to combat narcotics, so we're not having to wait until 2025.
Okay,
And
great.
Supervisor, just to clarify, that increase in expense in the budget related to TNT is offset with revenue. It's a grant that they're using to pay for that $123,000.
Great, thank you.
Correct. I think it's the CalMet grant.
That's right.
Wonderful. That's all my questions. And then I have a question for probation, Chief Hawks. I only have two more. Wanted to ask, it was the specifically also welcome and thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Dan Hawks, Chief Probation Officer.
The increase in the services and supplies. So one of them was 2022 actuals was 900,000. 2025 is projecting 1.6 million. It's a fairly steep increase. I wanted to ask about that change.
So you said 23-24 budget? Is that what you?
That was 2022 actuals versus 2025 adopted of what's here in services and supplies. The total budget was 947 actuals in 22, 1.6 million in 25.
Most of our cost increases are supported by revenue, and I'm pretty sure that's the case with this as well. I'd have to go in and dig deep, but what I will say is that we've gone through our budget multiple times to cut out any fluff or fat, and we always look at those kinds of expenses prior to looking at bodies, and what I could say is that I think we've whittled it down so that there really isn't anything there in the supply side that can be reduced. I'm pretty certain that everything that we had built in there was supported by increased revenues.
Okay.
That were offsetting those costs specifically.
I appreciate that. Sometimes it's hard to identify in these budget sheets exactly
Absolutely.
which is a general fund and which is not. Just revenue expenses. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And I had one last question. Let me see. Actually, yeah, I got a list of a few things here, but this was to our Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, and it was related to a change that the board directed with staff a while back for the Office of Revenue Recovery. We have Justin in here, and if not, and he's watching, maybe he's able to come up a little later.
Yeah. Is there something we can help with?
Well, so we had zeroed out the Office of Revenue Recoveries thing, so it's a hollow section that subtracted about 320,000 from that area of the budget, but the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office increased by about 300,000. I thought that when we had discussed that there were some cost savings that were fairly significant, and looking at those two, it seems like it was kind of a wash. So I was hoping to, I guess, hear more on the increase in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, kind of given the ORR closure.
Yeah, so ORR was nearing up to $500,000 of net county costs, which is why we started working with him. Remember, your board previously approved, because he will still do collections for general fund departments, your board approved adding a fiscal tech into treasurer, so that's about, with benefits, probably $75,000, $85,000. He has also increased the mandated costs like everyone else. And then there's some software in here. And there's about, I think it's like a $50,000 to $80,000 increase for some software that he needs to upgrade that is in here as well. So that's the majority of what you're seeing the difference there. But your board did approve an additional $85,000 overall to his budget for that position to get moved in there.
Is that the MS-DOS software? That 30-year-old
it's like
piece of...
Cubs and Megabyte and a few others. There's like 5 of them in here. That,
Okay, no, that's great to know too. I was wondering. I know we talked about that 3 years ago. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk, do you have something?
Can I sell the courthouse? or am I legally obligated to it?
I'm not sure, since it's on the historic registry. I'd have to talk with Sarah and look that up. The other one would be, it is the first county building, so that would be my only thing that I would ask you to consider when you think about that.
We have a revenue problem, so I'm just curious if I can sell it.
Supervisor Kirk, we believe that the board could sell it if they chose to.
Okay. Do we have enough departments that we could go in there, put an elevator in, paint it, make it look nice, just cosmetically, and get people out of rent into that building?
The general fund departments who are paying rent are patrol, which I don't know that that building would qualify to put a public safety in there.
Let me back out. Have we looked at that as an option?
Yes, that's what we were doing this whole remodel for. But the departments, what was happening was you were putting departments in this building, like IT, which was $150,000 a year. IT can't go into that building because that's not where the knock is, and that's not where you have the infrastructure to support the level that they need.
So could we reevaluate it though as maybe an option to put staff in?
Yeah.
Maybe not IT, maybe not patrol, but any.
Yeah, well, no, we can look. You have public defender, $50,000 a year. It's too big of a building for them.
Would that require an elevator?
If you're going to go and they have to have any services on any floor beyond
So
the
it's
first
88.
floor, then yes, you have to either accommodate or do it. But we're starting all new services. We're changing the use.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the Parks and Recs, on the contract thing, could we maybe in September when we do that forecasting trends and all that stuff, could we reach out and see if they're interested in taking over any part of the facilities out there?
Yes,
All
absolutely.
the above, and come back with a business plan
Yeah.
if they're interested. And then I think my last question was, Tamara, I'm sorry, I don't know if I wasn't paying attention. Do we already have a consultant for ADUs, or have we not done the RFP process yet? And I know it's not ADUs. It sounds like you guys are going towards single-family dwelling units.
No, we haven't issued anything on that yet. We would come back to you for that later, but you'll see it in Pro Housing again this afternoon.
And then same thing with short-term rentals. We just had that conversation, but there's no, are you still doing research on it, or do you have a plan for a permanent program?
Well, you gave direction, and if we were to move forward on it, this is the staff that it's estimated it would take to run the program.
Okay. All right. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
I did already have an opportunity to ask a question, but I do have another one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If
Go
that's
ahead.
okay. Are you reading my mind now?
What you had that contemplating.
I will avail myself of the opportunity. Thank you very much, Chair. On the second item there, Vegetation Management Program Inspector, that's been scaled down quite a bit. At first, I think we had 2 inspectors in relief or something, and then it was 2 inspectors. Now it's 1 inspector. Is there a possibility to scale that back as a relief position, or to combine it with some other TCF duties on some? Is there a way we can put some level of money into that to at least get the ball rolling on it? And is that something that we could postpone until later to see where we're at?
You could absolutely postpone it. You remember your board said when you did the ordinance that you wanted 1 to 2 years for education and getting information out. We're still within that time, even next fiscal year.
Well,
that would be 2.
we're getting there.
Next year, the end of next year would be 2 fiscal years. That is the cost per inspector. We're just letting you know what that would be per inspector, not that you need 1 or 2. Unfortunately, you don't have Andy or Nick here because they're out on fires. They would be able to tell you, is there a way to leverage staff in a different way? Kind of like we talked about, vegetation management might be more early spring through fall. Maybe then they could focus on short-term rentals and other compliance issues for fire and those other times. Like, could you have 2 instead 1? 1 for this, and then they leverage the other. But they're not here, so I really don't have a feel for the workload. Fire did recently. They're just starting to take on the Coupa inspections. That's another component that they're taking. So might there be a way to leverage staff? I would think that there is, but I am not the one running the department to tell you those specifics. So do I think we could wait till September? Yes.
Yeah, I'm just looking for, and you laid out a few options there. I think there are some innovative solutions to that we're not really considering. We're just looking at a full-on inspector where that is their only duty, during 8 hours a day, all of their working hours. And I think that there are other options that we could use to get there for less money is kind of the point. So, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Question. And I had a short conversation earlier, and Tamara just mentioned it when she came up regarding that the short-term rental permit program. So that I'm just wondering about the depth capacity and where CDD is looking at going with Tamara in the future in her position, as housing specialist. It would seem to me that hopefully there would be at least enough depth that she could get the permit program ready to go and up and running, and how to maintain it might be another thing. But I'm just wondering if there's enough capacity to do that, and compared, because she's finishing up on a lot of the work that she did that's runs right with this.
I will defer that to Quincy as the director to provide her capacity in projects.
Hello, Quincy.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again. So we put some numbers together. We didn't pick $100,000 out of the air. Took the number of permits that number of short-term rentals we have in the county, guessed that we might get 80% compliance. How many short-term rentals is that? Divide that, since it's a 2-year period, we divided that over a 2-year period to see how many we were going to be essentially permitting per year. How many hours is it going to take to run that permit? Backing in a little bit of time for the phone calls to educate and some of the enforcement that's going to go along with it, came out to about 4 hours a permit. Multiplied that back out, divided, got a salary for an admin tech. It was not our department's intent to have Tamara run the short-term rental program. It's really at the level that this board wants to have the permit operate.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but maybe I wasn't clear. I understand that portion, getting it, keeping it rolling and figuring out those costs. But more specifically, is there depth where she can take on developing up the process?
To write the
ordinance. And then we'll figure out how we're going to move forward with it. That's what I'm really looking for, is to get a program ready to go.
We can write the ordinance and bring it to your board. But we talked a little bit about that, write the ordinance, bring it to the board, and then figure out how to fund it. We have a couple of those projects sort of lurking around right now. Tobacco retail licensing, short-term rentals, where we can certainly bring you the ordinance, and then the figure out how to fund a piece is the bigger question. And so do you want all of us working right now to develop a program that we don't have any funding for? We can develop the ordinance.
Okay, and I understand, and I take your point you made earlier about just leave it alone right now and let's look at it in September. I concur with that. I'm not ready to move forward on this particular area now, and I think that was your specific request, so I have no problem with that, other than we're just looking at things as a whole. So
yeah, and even at lunchtime we were talking, are there even ways to reduce, when Tamara and I went back after the short-term rental item and I was sort of laying out the things that I was thinking the big county, we would want to look at, a lot of the things that were on my list, Tamara said fire's already doing. And so we were even talking just at lunch about, can we just leave fire's permit alone and have it route to planning, so that we're not answering the phone on it, we're not running the program, that it's just fire's program. But if there are some of those self-declarations that we wanted to have done, some of that doesn't even need to come to planning. If they're self-declaring, fire could do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Quincy, actually,
Quincy, sorry.
it's relevant to that. I wanted to ask, since they're not independent operators always, most of them are represented by VRBO or Airbnb. Airbnb, we have a contract with, obviously. Is there a way to do that ordinance, making it a requirement, then indicating to these companies that they need to basically, as part of their compliance process, have them, send a copy of a business license in? Therefore, we're not having to chase down 80, 90% of the people who are doing it through a mainstream service.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways that we could run it, and we could slice it and assign it in different ways.
Okay.
But based on to create an entirely new process, we think it's going to take a staff member to do it.
Thank you.
Okay, I didn't have any, thank you. Didn't have any further questions at this point. Kind of bring it back to the board now, out of the questions, and, we're, and I keep going back to this same slide here, and, trying to puzzle out what we might want to give direction for today, what we're willing to, put a pause on and wait until September, until perhaps we have a little bit more information on what the budget picture looks like, which that seems like to be a prudent path to take. And so with the board, I would, kind of like to hear your thoughts on, and if you concur with, maybe we should start with, do we generally concur with that thought process, in that certain items on here, it's best to just wait and not make a decision today, is it? I'm not sure what each of you have in your minds about specifics that you're interested in, so I'm trying to figure out how to make this process move forward and give direction today so that we can do so.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Yeah.
there's just two I wanted to point out on here of special consideration is, because now you need a 3/5 vote, right? If we wait and we come back before adopted, so for example, if you want to move forward with the CCA feasibility study, or we are notified that we're going to get the grant for USDA, that I need to come back if you don't put the funding aside and we take a 4/5 vote, which we can do. I just am calling those to your attention, that you had told us to move, USDA meat processing is one of your priorities. We're moving forward on that. We did apply for the grant. We haven't been notified if we're going to get it. Our share of cost would be $30,000, and then the CCA, you did indicate to Robbie during his item you want to move forward with that. We'll continue working. Is there a way to leverage, and then with the city who is interested as well? But if you don't put that aside now, I will need to come forward in the future to move forward, and that will take a 4/5 vote, just as a reminder.
Understand, and thank you for ensuring that we were aware of that. So, Supervisor Haff, what are your thoughts?
Well, there's a series of questions for us. I'd kind of like to be led through those because I think we need to see where the board is on answering those questions.
Was there a slide with questions? I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yes, so we have, right, so we did have on that one slide, it says that there is 112,000 left right now. Do you want to add anything in right now? Or do you want to take that for now, leave everything and put it into contingencies and move forward? The second part was capital projects. Did you want to add the elevator, start the process of adding the elevator to the historic courthouse or not? We don't need you to direct us to do an RFP. We can do an RFP, then have that available for the CIP, just as something for you to look at in September. That part we can go ahead and do. You don't have to, we can issue an RFP anytime. It's whether or not we act on it that we need board direction and approval. So those are the areas, and then that list we gave you are the things we're letting you know that we've heard from you that are not in there.
Okay, so is that what you're referring to, Supervisor Haff, just to make sure?
Yeah, so I can answer two of the questions.
Sure, please do.
I'm hearing my voice come back to me, so I'm wondering if there could be a setting adjusted.
And Kathleen, I'm not sure what would be causing that. Sometimes if there's a second connection open, it'll do that, but...
Yeah, if you mute...
I think it's a connection from your end.
No, if you have two computers, if you mute
If you had a
one or both,
computer and a phone going at the same time,
then
it
just
can
talk.
provide a lot of,
Don't.
okay.
I don't.
Well,
I'm hearing it from your end, my voice from your end. Anyway, I'm going to make my answers brief so I don't
so
hear my voice
CEO
coming
Riggs
back to me 'cause it's
just
hard.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Half. CEO Riggs just indicated that looking on our screen for the Zoom, we see your photo up here twice. So is it possible you've got two sessions open somehow, maybe?
No, one is for the board AV and one is my particular connection.
Okay.
So my preference would be to keep my particular connection and have the board AV go away if that's possible. If not, I'm just going to make my answers brief so I don't have to, it's
okay.
hard to hear your voice when you're trying to continue a thought.
Understand. Go ahead, please.
I don't hear it now. Okay, so for the $112,000, my recommendation would be to move that to contingencies. And I do need a little bit more information on the capital expense for the elevator. I have really strong feelings about putting it in a financial bind as we go into the next fiscal year and the year thereafter. If we're doing an internal loan that needs to be paid back in 5 years, I know it's not huge like the Law and Justice Center was, but the last time that this happened was with a totally different board, and they decided to go ahead and move on the Law and Justice property, and that, and secured 4 buildings to do so, and also internal loans, I believe, and that put us in a financial bind. Whether or not we went into the Great Recession or not, nobody foresaw the Great Recession and then went into that. So my hesitance is due to cash flow, being fiscally responsible, not to limit our cash flow so much that no matter what happens with the state budget in the coming years or with our budget, we can be financially solvent and not put ourselves in a bind. So I'd like to put off my ultimate decision on this until after I hear from the other board members.
Okay.
And then as far as
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As far as the list goes, I took notes and I really don't want to spend any money right now. I'd like to wait until September, but if there's something that is more urgent that I'm not thinking about that really can't wait, I'd like that brought to my attention. Thank you.
Okay. And as we move with the other board members, if you could please, at this beginning step here, answer those same 2 questions regarding the 112,000. And, the high-level contingency, do we want to use or not use some of those funds? So, Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. One priority for me in this is being able to see the CCA assessment, and I think the lens that I'm looking through this in is we need to be very careful about anything we're spending, and the only opportunity area to spend is, I think, where it is a revenue generator, and to focus on that. One of them is the CCA. The fact that could save hundreds of thousands or more, million, we don't know. But a certain amount of percentage off people's utility bills makes a lot of sense and is very compelling for that low cost, though I think we could do it through TIPA. So I would recommend we include that in the item later today. The short-term rental one is important, but I think we can do that through ordinance requirement and contacting the companies that all but independent operators go through to let them know that that's part of compliance. Same with ADUs. I think we just need more conversation on it. They are a priority. They're something important to me. I don't know that we need to hire for $80,000 a consultant for it. The only one that I would make one exception for and recommend, we do have a priority for the USD meat processing plant. We have a grant that's out that has been on the list for 2 years. If we get that grant, we will need to have the second set there. And I do view that as something that will long-term generate revenue, start a business, potentially create some jobs here. Whether that is in contingencies and we access it later if we need it, or it's separately line itemed out, that is the one that I'd say let's put into a fund. The rest I think we should move to contingencies or reserves. My last little thoughts on it are, moving forward, there's a few things. So within the budget, we have $1 million for the ANF remodel or for the HVAC. That's absolutely hugely needed, but to my knowledge, we don't include a facilities fee on a lot of the CDD transactions to be able to help recoup some of that cost, and I think we should. Technology fees as well. We're doing online permitting. We're doing a lot more investments in that area. I think those should be explored to recoup some of those costs. I brought this up, we've talked before about fire medical. Fire being a major cost driver, I think we need cost recovery on fire ambulatory medical services. And we need to do that, and I'm going to keep bringing it up over and over. And the last bit is ending or exploring ending and replacing our liability insurance with an internal service fund. And if we choose not to, and I do not want to re-add the courthouse elevator into it, I know that is not going to save us money, but right now we have to make priority decisions. There's several things on here that are important to me. That's something that I think does make sense where we have the money. And right now we do not, and that's the issue. That may free up some initial money to help with looking at another ISF. I don't know if we can loan from one ISF to the next ISF to be able to start that up. But if we're paying $4.5 million in liability insurance, and that's one of the major cost drivers for a lot of the departmental budgets, I think we could save quite a bit there and follow the model we do with fire insurance, which is self-insurance. So.
Supervisor Brandon, can I just add one point for clarification?
Oh, no.
For insurance, the county is self-insured, and we're part of a self-insurance pool, the JPA Prism. So, not that we can absolutely look at other options, but I just want to be clear: the county is self-insured, and the rates that we're paying are the excess insurance. So, when you see, for instance, our deductible for personal injury or property damage claims, it's going to be $100,000. That's all that's the money the county is setting aside for those types of claims. Then anything over that is what the insurance provider, the JPA, actually pays out. So just for clarification.
And should I say, I mean specifically when it comes to building damages and equipment damages, and not legal liability or tort insurance or whatever that would be. I just think that it would be better to have the money set aside if we're paying in premiums approximately what the cost would have been in some of the more severe weather years. I think it would be better to build up a prudent reserve within that, and then be able to see some of that potentially put towards deferred maintenance to prevent it in the first place. You know, at $1 million, it makes a lot of sense. $2 million, maybe it makes sense. That cost curve is insane. And I can't say we're going to be here in 2 years and it's not going to be 6 or 7 and just keep going up. And at some point, that just doesn't make sense.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with some of those comments. I think the comment on the meat processing grant, that if that comes through, that is a revenue generating element. Also the CCA, like Supervisor Brandon said, if it isn't able to go through TIPA, that seems like an area that we would need to invest. I do think that we need to, so on that first list, really those are the only two areas that I would support if we need to. I am also very passionate about the Vegetation Management Program Inspector. I think that is essential. I think we made a promise to do that. But I also think that we have some time there to develop what that's going to look like. And so I'm comfortable setting that aside until September. The central issue, I think, though, is going to be the elevator for the courthouse. It's the largest cost. Somebody made a comment that's a comment I've made many times, that I just really do not want to see that building become another Sonora Dome. Even worse, I mean, the Sonora Dome, at least there's storage in there, and they do use it for some purposes, but that building is sitting there just completely empty with nothing but coffee cups and trash and trash cans left over from when the court was there. So it is truly not being utilized, and is truly abandoned. at this moment. And to me, the only logical argument for not investing in the elevator is if we believe the cost of construction is going to decrease in the future, that's a good argument that we should wait, because it will be cheaper to build things in the future than it is right now. Now, history has shown us that the cost for construction, even when you adjust for inflation, goes up and up and up and up. So from my perspective, there's never going to be a cheaper, more economically wise moment to invest in the courthouse than now. Now, I recognize and respect the position of my colleagues about some of the other renovations, about the Washington Street renovations, about the overall concept of reutilizing the courthouse. And I agree, it's very costly, and setting that aside right now, while it's not my first choice, I can absolutely understand and respect that is the will of the board. However, I think the elevator is different. If we don't invest in that construction project, we are essentially surrendering and saying that we are not going to use the courthouse for the next generation, who knows, 20 years, 25 years, because there will always be something coming up. And honestly, we've waited too long up until this point to do this kind of a project, but no time like the present. But I really feel passionate that we should install the elevator, that we have been planning for this kind of additional cost over time. So I think we will be able to absorb the internal loan without significant hardship to other county departments. And I think we can find a solution to be able to utilize that structure in a way that's a little similar to what it is right now, maybe make some more minor changes, clean it up, get people in there, get them working, and not maybe the grand plan that was originally envisioned. And I'm comfortable with that. But what I'm not comfortable with is just leaving it the way it is with a barbed wire fence around it and a leaky roof. So, did I answer all the questions?
I think you did.
Okay.
Supervisor Kirk.
For the add-ons, I'll agree with the USDA meat processing grant. We've been working on that. I'd hate to just stop in the middle and retreat, so I'd like to finish that up. I was leaning towards a consultant for the single-family units. It's economics. It's a one-time investment for potentially people buying plans, but I'm not hearing that from the rest of the board. But that's where my mind was at, trying to get more growth going. So it looks like for me, just the USDA facility in the add-ons. And then as far as the the courthouse, the historic courthouse, I'm very teeter-tottering on the fence. If I'm going to be honest with myself, we don't know unless we ask. I would like to sell it, but I don't know who would buy it. Just like the dome, they've been dealing with that for years. So I am a little worried that we're going to be stuck with it, and things aren't getting cheaper. So kind of what I would like to do is potentially move towards the elevator, but I'd like to have a different game plan with what we're going to do with that. I don't think we're going to have the money to retrofit it the way we want to. I'd rather just get staff out of whatever we're renting and I don't want to use the word dump, but like the main thing is to get in there, get it working, get the plumbing, electrical, just get people in there. That way it's not falling apart. So I guess my response to that is I would move forward with the elevator if we had an alternate plan on how to maybe utilize that space instead of spending however millions of dollars it would be to put IT in there. And I already brought up Parks and Recs and having a conversation with them. I think the last thing I want to say is I'm not sure if it's July or September. I maybe got the dates mixed up, but I'm looking forward to the trends. I think we need to move on with this because the bigger conversation's coming once we look at the trends and all that stuff. And I'd like to have it projected with looking at actuals versus just budgeting forecasts, but we need to grab the bull by the horns and get going pretty quick. So let's get there as quick as we can.
Okay, my turn. As to the two questions, the $112,000,
when I'm looking at the options here, I would like to see the CCA assessment just done. I don't know where we'll land with TIPA and other discussions, but I think either way, we need to invest $15,000 and move this thing, further down the road. The meat processing match as well makes perfect sense. I'm looking at that the social media management contract. I'd be open to that. The 25,000 portion, but would like to see that go out to an RFP to see if there's additional people, especially anybody local, that would like to vie for that business, and maybe times better in the future, we can look at increasing that again and have more robust. I'm also in favor of the HBO training workshops, but I would look to. I'm looking at spending out that $112,000, so I would reduce that to $42,000. So if you took that 42, the social media contract for 25, the CCA for 15, and the meat processing for 30, I believe that comes out to $112,000. So that would be my thought on how to move forward with that. As far as the other areas, the contingency, the only other item on here that I would look to, act on sooner than not, because we're only going to fall further behind, is, but I'm concerned about the price tag, and that would be the capital improvement plan. I think that's very important that we do that. We're sitting in a void because we don't have enough accurate information to plan properly, for the future. I shudder at some of the price tags that I've heard before. I would agree to look at a modified contract of some sort and maybe put a cap on it at $100,000. And I know that may not be enough to get us all the way, but at least we can get a good start. And I would be willing to use $100,000 out of that $250 soon to get that process, going, which would still leave us with $150,000 extra in the contingency. And just briefly, a couple other comments as my fellow board members made. The vegetation management thing is near and dear to my heart, of course, as well. I perfectly and completely agree with Supervisor Campbell. We may be 2 fiscal years into this, but what we've missed is 2 fire seasons of enacting this program and getting it going. And so we have not done what we said we were going to do, which was give it some time for it to bake and people to get educated, and then it just sat there. And so I think we do need to do something, and if we can start with some sort of short-term thing to get it going, and also, take a close look at the workload within our inspector group, because, again, we can cross-train, people can do different functions. They could be inspecting a short-term rental one day and doing a veg management ordinance another day. However, just look at splitting that up. I am in favor of doing the elevator. I wish we had, and I would encourage, because they've already come out here and did a bid walk, that we get that bid, right? They came out here, so, and I understand, there's some complexities here, but I heard a price range, here just a little bit ago. I'm okay with doing the loan on that because I'm fearful as well that the cost is only going to go up. We're going to end up using that. I really believe and fervently hope we will use that building. How we're going to use it, if we put county operations in the first 2 floors and keep the 3rd floor, for future, that's yet to be decided. So want to look at, the equation of IT comes in here and this board and admin goes over there. We can easily change that up, right? We could still have IT come in here, and operations from our 1st and 2nd floor of this building could certainly go over to the historic courthouse. which is where they had origination quite some time ago anyway. So, but again, that's to look at what can we do, because we did all these, space needs studies and stuff, and let's make something of it. But again, that's, I think that elevator needs to be in the equation no matter what, wherever we land. We're still going to need that elevator. And just double checking here. But I think that's all that I had. So I know I heard some members of the supervisors, mention a couple of specific areas. I mentioned, I believe, 4. Maybe if we can do a recap and kind of get an idea where we're at, so we can figure out where we're going here.
So I heard a majority for utilizing an internal loan for the elevator at the historic Yaney Courthouse. $15,000 for the CCA assessment with Pioneer and leveraging as much of TPPA funding to pay for that as possible. $30,000 for the USDA meat processing grant match, if and when we get that. And then there is not a majority for the rest, so I'm assuming, Supervisor Half said move it all into contingency, so I'm assuming unless your board wants to add other things in by majority, then the rest would go to contingencies.
Right, and so, other board members, because I brought up some things that perhaps they didn't think about. If you want to re-weigh back in, Supervisor Campbell, why don't you go?
I'm good with what was laid out by Ms. Peterson, but we should probably give Supervisor Half an opportunity to weigh in, because her response to this list was just no to all of it. And so,
well, and she did want to hear some more and then come back to us as well, too. So Supervisor Half, can you jump back in, please?
Yes, thanks for the opportunity, and I'm fine with the way that Liz Peterson laid out what the consensus is. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Did you have anything more, Supervisor Campbell? Okay, Supervisor Branton.
Great. I was just going to bring up one. This may be a question for Brian in code compliance and building. Related to vegetation management, I know that on the first year, several of us were on the board, we invested substantially in staffing there. That's yielded a lot of traditional code compliance work as well, but looking at the vegetation management stuff, as opposed to somebody who's going through a building, fire behavior, and everything, if we're talking about 4291 compliance, which is, in my understanding, a little more straightforward, is that something that we can task? I know that would take away from other priorities as well, but in the interest of getting something started to where there is some of that happening, I just wanted to throw out. If that's a bad idea, but I've thought that direction on that would help get that started and implemented, and that would probably be the team to do it. And if you have any comment, feel free to,
Supervisor Golden, I just want to remind you that you don't have your fire chief or assistant chief here, and I would encourage you, if you're going to have a discussion like that, to have them in the room. And right now, they're both on fire, so that would just be my only thing. Is I'd hate for you to make such a decision in their absence. Well, I don't think anyone else would like that to happen.
And then maybe I'll throw out, it could be something we consider for fall. But I guess the question I'm asking is, what is the minimum kind of viable need to be able to do that? Understanding the highest would be a fire inspector. Is this able to be done by another unit that is, specialized but can be able to accommodate this, or is there some other process we can incorporate it? Code compliance is dealing with things. Seems like a lot more technical than 4291 and 5 feet around your house. There can't be daisies.
Yeah, and Quincy and I have been discussing this. We were just talking. We want to make sure we get Quincy and Andy and Nick in the same room together.
Yeah, no, understand, and not trying to dictate what they'll do operationally, but looking at exploring the capability of spreading those resources around to have multiple facets that they do, and it's good for the organization, good for the employees to have that type of cross training. So.
And I think it's consistent with what Supervisor Campbell was saying, just about like exploring kind of workloads and who's doing what. And actually Quincy mentioned it too, like where is there opportunity maybe to leverage or partner or streamline
And unfortunately, right, so here we are mid-June, very active fire broke out yesterday, and that's a wake-up call. There was some times yesterday evening where we weren't sure if it was going to just keep on coming towards us. And, so we're unfortunately late again this year in getting a hold of that. So, yes, Brian, please.
Thank you, Brian Bell, CDD. Just to answer Supervisor Brandon's question, your co-compliance team is more than capable of doing anything, of course, with the coordination of your fire chief and the community development director into any of those coordinations that need to happen. We definitely, from a technical perspective, would have that ability.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And like I said, I know that that team works hard, and this would be taking away from other work as well, too. But I do think it's important, and it's a good way to start. I only had one other comment was, looking at, it says social media management. The idea is when we do stuff and we need feedback, are we able to reach out to the public on broadband or budgets or anything like that? What's proposed here was already cut roughly, I think, 75%, or it might have changed from the original. I do agree with the sentiment that I think keeping a certain amount in there, whether it's 25 or whether it's 10,000, being able to look at ideally a lower level local contract or whatever comes back, I do see value in that. One of the challenges we have is we may find resources in economic development and we have trouble getting that information out. I know we're going to talk about something later today with that. We have important decisions we're doing or policy to affect people. We have trouble getting that information out. And, you might follow my page, but 90% of people don't, and same goes for everybody. So you brought it up, and that's one of those ones that I think is a very good value investment at a small rate, but I know it's just hard right now. So.
Okay, so any further from the board, any changes from what we just discussed? I think I'm hearing the elevator, and I'm hearing two items in particular. Is that correct?
That's right. So still no changes from the overall consensus, which is adding in the elevator, the CCA assessment, the USDA meat processing grant match, and then 67,000 remaining would go to contingencies.
And I'm very interested, and I know Supervisor Brandon is the development and implementation of the utility scale solar, but that's part of a larger conversation. And again, we're talking TIPA, and we're going to have further, but that could shake out with providing some relief off of here potentially. So, let me get back to here. Sorry. All right. So, I think if somebody at this point, I think we're ready to make a motion and move forward.
Chair, I'll move to approve the budget with the previously mentioned
changes.
Yes.
And so the budget number 1, number 2, all of the staffing changes as outlined in the memo and attachment A, as well as authorizing the CIO to approve acquisition of fixed assets and capital projects with the associated changes in attachment C and D.
And with actions described by staff.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. And if we can get a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Half.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay. So, good. We're going to take a break. 10:40, 2:42. Let's take it. We'll return at 3 o'clock sharp. 3 o'clock sharp. Everybody, please to return. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Couple of brief comments and an update here. Looking at our schedule on the rest of the agenda. We are going to pull item 15. That's the direction regarding development of the ordinance requiring business licenses. We're going to gather a group that's going to get together and have some conversations, look at some of the information that's recently come to the board, and we'll bring that back at a later date. So just want everybody to know that. The other thing for my board members, please, we supervise, excuse me. Supervisor Kirk has a commitment later on this afternoon that we're trying to get to. I'm looking at the next 4 items. I think they'll go, pretty quickly. And then what I'd like to do is, after we get through 11, 12, 13, and 14, I'm going to jump to the TIPA, item number 17, so that Supervisor Kirk can be here to participate in that. So if I can have the clerk please read item number 11.
Item number 11, consideration of adopting Resolution 5124, authorizing the county's application to and participation in the Pro-Housing Designation Program.
Hello again. We haven't seen you guys all day. I mean, it's...
Hello, good afternoon. Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I'm joined by Tamara Blankenship, our Housing Development Specialist. Tamara's going to be walking you through where we are with the Pro-Housing Designation application and getting some direction from your board on moving forward. So go ahead, Tamara. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. A little bit of background before I get started on this. We initially came to you in September to present the Pro-Housing Designation Program, get your support in our application for that, and to really get your priorities around the housing kind of initiatives and policies within that. We worked on that. We were prepared to come back in January. The program was operating under emergency regulations at the time that we initially came to you, and in January still. And I think the week before that item was scheduled to come back to you for our application, they went into permanent regulations, and it changed a little bit regarding what we were required to do. And at that point, we made the decision to wait and bring it to you after Title 17. I apologize that the earlier January memo was attached to your packet, and I have replaced that with the new one, but that explains the difference between the January memo and the correct memo in June. And I'll go pretty quickly through this. We're just going to give you an introduction to pro-housing, our approach, and any questions that you have. The action that we're requesting today is that authorization to participate in the program by adopting the resolution. So the Pro-Housing Designation Program is an HCD program. It provides incentives for jurisdictions. It gives additional points for competitive grants. It recognizes jurisdictions that have gone above and beyond what's required by law to increase and accelerate housing production. And it is intended to represent a unified, multifaceted strategy for housing, which I believe ours does. There is a pro-housing incentive program grant that we could be eligible for if we are able to get our application in based on your action today. There's a base award based on population and then a $10,000 bonus per point. And some of the things that we're proposing to include in here as policies that might be able to support those efforts. And really, the pro-housing designation really signals to developers and builders that we are friendly to residential development, and it's kind of bragging rights. So in our conversations about the housing element, there have been, maybe sentiments that because of all of the requirements for the housing element, it doesn't entirely allow for a very local approach to housing. And that's where I believe that pro-housing and the designation program comes in, is it allows us to really pick and choose from the menu of items they provide us the most appropriate and feasible strategies for increasing housing in Tuolumne County. So it's a complement to the housing element update, which, by the way, I expect to be bringing to you for your approval next month. This does come from the direction that you provided in September. We took your input and we really looked through what was in progress and what we thought was things that would be feasible and achievable. There are lots of aspirational items in there that maybe we don't feel we're able to get to at this point. So these are the steps that it would take to get there. So we did really look for stakeholder and public input. We had a community meeting. This went to the commission, and it went out to our development process work group and our housing element steering committee. So the application, there are 4 categories that essentially is a menu in these 4 areas: favorable zoning and land use, acceleration of housing production timeframes, reduction of construction and development costs, and providing financial subsidies. We need to reach 30 points across those 4 categories with at least 1 point in each category. There are enhancement points that we can add to the strategies that we choose, and depending on which enhancement gives us a certain number of kind of bonus points. That gets really wonky, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. And then we have to determine or let them know which ones are enacted or proposed. When we were going to come to you in January, most of the policies we were proposing were proposed because you had not yet heard Title 17 and the objective design standards. But by waiting until that's done, most of our policies and programs are all enacted, and I'll talk to you about a few proposed. Our application is in a much better position today than it would have been in January. So you have it's a self-scoring score sheet that you have in the packet, and self-scored, I believe with the enhancement points, we're at 45. I believe we have a very strong application. I'm just going to go over the proposed policies, but I'd be happy to answer questions on any of the enacted policies. So the first one, the category, there's, categories 1, 2, 3, and 4. We do have enacted policies in each of the 4 categories. So these are just the proposed. I want to point out that there is we have our column here, what would be required, and there's notes where it would require funding and or staff time. And I want to point out that we're not asking for that commitment today. This would say that we're going to look for those funds, whether it be grant funds. Some of this is going to be staff time, some is staff time that we already have. And we will be, this action today is only authorizing our application and participation in the program. We have up to 2 years to enact any of the proposed policies, and any of the proposed policies that we're unable to actually implement, maybe because we don't have the funding or for some other reason the strategy is no longer feasible, we can substitute another strategy in that place. So I do point out what's going to take funding. I think that's important for transparency, but we're not asking for that commitment today, and we don't need those funds even identified where they would necessarily come from. It just helps us know what we're looking for. The first one is posting of status updates, and this is really, reporting out performance metrics for transparency and accountability to the public. And I think that this is a really important part of our improvement efforts internally to streamline the process and to be able to measure. I think I said it last week when I was here, week before last, that you can't improve what you can't measure. And so being able to have that data, not just for us, but publicly posted, I think is an important part of our strategy. We are working with OpenGov and the tools that are available within OpenGov to be able to put that on our website. And there's it looks like now that we have an option that we'll be able to implement for little or no extra cost, with the option always that we can do something fancier in the future if we have funding for that. The second one is one of the strategies that I think will be one of our more influential strategies, and that is adopting a pre-approved single-family and duplex plan program. Like I said, you've heard a lot about pre-approved ADU plans. We don't see quite the demand for ADUs necessarily, and we see them really as kind of a niche housing strategy here locally. Where we do see more demand is cutting the time and cost for single-family home construction and really encouraging duplexes, which can meet the need for home ownership and rental opportunities for working class folks. And we think that this is a strategy that could really help move the needle, and very complementary with many of our other strategies and some of the things that came in Title 17. As I mentioned, there would be a cost to this program. It's not inexpensive. It's a one-time large kind of fee that would have ongoing updates based with the building code updates that we would have to pay money to update those codes or those plans. So that's something that I will, if we're moving forward, this is something I would look for grant funds to cover, planning grants and some other opportunities. 4M is the grants for mobile home residents. That's the MORE grant, which you recently authorized our participation in. It's in our proposed, but we are moving forward, and we expect that to go out this year for residents to have their mobile homes repaired or replaced. The next is 4M2, and that's really looking at opportunities to establish some kind of public-private partnerships to develop seasonal employee housing in the high-demand visitor corridors. And this is something we've started some conversations on, and I'm hopeful that there are some strategies there that we can really dig into that will result in some seasonal housing or kind of resort employee housing, also Forest Service, Park Service. The commitment of general funds that would be required here could be a number of things and isn't necessarily money. It could be staff time. It could be grant funds that we're pulling down that would contribute to the project. There's a number of ways we can approach this. 1L, let's see, is that 1L? That's 1L. Modification of zoning code. We're really looking at greater development intensity by reducing minimum lot size, and kind of goes along with that, reducing the floor area ratio and reducing minimum site area. And these are all kind of, I'm clumping these together because they are kind of different strategies for getting to allowing a little bit more density in some areas. This is something we're actively working on with our development process work group and expect to bring back to you in September with some strategies that we believe that we can implement. Again, in terms of commitment of general funds, that is staff time, depending on what other things we pursue. There might be costs with that. We would bring that back to you at a later time. At this point, there's nothing that we're asking for, and the work on this will continue and is in progress. And the last is accelerating innovative housing production, and this is really through prioritizing modular or manufactured housing through priority permit processing, and this is something our office is already working on and is expected to continue to improve and solidify their ability to do that. And again, that commitment of general funds is staff time, which they are currently working really hard to do. So the requested action today is to authorize our application to and participation in the Pro Housing Program by adopting the provided resolution, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
All righty, thank you. Start with Supervisor Happ. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Knowing that some of the things are going to be accomplished in the future, when do we expect to hear back, and what is your expectation? Will it be potentially an incomplete application until we get all of the check marks made as far as what we're supposed to be doing to obtain this designation?
That's a great question. Thank you. And I apologize because that confusion is mine by uploading the January memo when our application was not complete. At this point, most of the strategies are enacted, so we'll be submitting an application and we'll be expecting them to consider that application as it is currently. And they can give us the points for the proposed policies. They don't have to be enacted. So at this point, we are considered, I do consider that we have a complete application. I think it's a strong application, and once we submit it to them, they have 60 days to review it and let us know if our application meets the requirements for the program.
Thank you.
Did you have any further questions, Supervisor Haff, or is that?
That was it. Thank you.
Very good. Sorry, my mic was going in and out here. Questions from the board. Supervisor Kirk, any?
Let me check one, two. I wanted to hear from the public. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Anything else? I had, I'll go here, I'm sorry. Oh, I just had one question, on your chart, the 3G, one, the pre-approved family home duplex plans. I was just curious, at one point we were looking into, and several of us had seen some demonstrations on 3D printing houses, and there was some discussion and effort
I know other counties, I think where Shasta County had approved a set of plans, and I was just curious if that's part of the mix and where we're at with that. It's got some real possibilities.
I think 3D printed homes is a really interesting and innovative strategy. I've been watching, and I don't know that there's necessarily been much uptake of that as a strategy. I think it's still very niche, pretty expensive, and not necessarily attainable for the people that most need housing. It's something to keep our eye on, and I think all the innovative housing types we should be keeping our eye on to see which are going to be most applicable to us here.
Okay, good. Well, at one point, I know during one of the conferences I was at, they were expressing that might be as much as 1/3 cheaper over standard construction, and that may not have, maybe now that it's evolved more, that's not proving out, but there's also some good fire safety aspects to it as well. So.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to look to the public for comments. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Jeez, I talk loud enough already. I'll be very quick. I just want to say I love this. I love all of it. I especially love category 3G and 3I, but I'm biased because I'm currently finishing my last 3 of 7 duplexes. So, but I think, especially when we're sitting here discussing budgets, that you look at the funding side and it seems all scary because it looks like this is going to cost money. But in the long run, I believe that this will definitely generate a lot more money for our county than it's going to cost. So I think it's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Additional. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ron Kopf. Well, you guys get a lot of tough things to decide on a lot of times, but it's nice when, hopefully this one was an easy one. A lot of the work you did in Title 17 makes this for a really good application. It allows you to get some additional grant funding to fund some of these things. It puts you in a good position from a pro-housing standpoint, so there's really no downside to this, and I hope you approve it. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello there.
I usually defer to Ron on these topics, but I just wanted to add one thing that the public and community and government collaboration was fantastic on this. And this hits all the right tones, all the right notes, and I'm really looking forward to seeing where this is going to take us for housing. And it started off with the Housing Collaborative, which is making this happen, so yay, thank you for that. Bye.
Very good. Thanks for your comments. Any additional public comment? All right, so bring it back to the board. Any additional comments? Supervisor Haft, thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to mention something about the 3D printed homes. We do have a project in the county that will probably happen. I'm not sure now if it's going to happen this fall or in the following spring, but Habitat for Humanity will be 3D printing 2 ADA compliant residences on the last remaining parcels of the Columbia village there. So, and that will be a collaboration between her and the 3D Emergent Company, David, that you and I saw at the RCRC annual conference some years ago. So we have that to look forward to. The building plans have already been routed through the state of California, past all of the California code. They were shared last year, I think it was, with our CDD department. I'm not sure where they are with this particular project, but our CDD has some familiarity with the 3D printing and what will be happening in the county. So it's something to look forward to. I just wanted to put it on everyone's radar. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So, Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Really excited for this. I think we're doing some very innovative things. And I remember at RCRC, also seeing that same presentation, speaking with them and bringing them in contact with Habitat, it's great to see that some of those early conversations and also what the Housing Collaborative has been doing, 2 full woots for that, are leading to projects and policy proposals here. So I love everything that's in this. I really appreciate the work. I only wanted to bring up one thing, is that this is one of those smart things that's very hard for us to budget for because we have the existential things. And so I would very much support being able to see development supporting ways to help make development easier. If we are able to, in a similar way, assess some type of fee, all these things saying general fund, all these things saying it's going to need additional revenue, at the end of the day, it's going to help grow our economy. But those are the most difficult things to invest in when you're talking about, people or kind of unpredictable economic circumstances. So I'd be very interested in seeing something that would be ongoing support through this too. I know there may be hesitance, a little bit of any additional costs in the building community, but I think the feedback, at least that I have gotten, is that these things are well worth it to the industry to continue investing in and putting resources into. And we need to keep doing that. Even if we're entering into a period, if revenue challenges continue to grow, we don't know what the economy is going to look like, there has to be something that's sustainable that keeps us on this track.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk, have anything?
It's simple. I appreciate it. I wonder if the state of California is as pro-housing as we are. I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Campbell.
I concur with the other board members.
I do as well. I did have one final question on 1L. I know we made some progress at one point on the minimum lot size, but I understand we have a little piece left to go to bring it into better reality. I was just curious where that's at.
Yeah, like I said, we're working with the development process work group, which includes our stakeholders, including builders, developers, on how best to implement a reduced minimum lot size that wouldn't require a full environmental document looking at, the entire county. That would be an expensive, kind of larger project, but there are ways that we can, that we think that we can get to what they're looking for through specific strategies for different kinds of projects. And Quincy might want to say more about that.
We talked about this at our last development process work group in May. And so at the end of that meeting, we were going to bring it back this fall and then bring a larger update back to your board on the development process work group, I think, in September. So
Okay.
We'll be bringing an update then.
Very, very good. It's a very important component in the discussions. So, all right. So look for a motion here.
Well, I'm be proud to motion to adopt Resolution 5124, authorizing the county's application to and participation in the pro-housing designation program.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. And if we can get a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Haff.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Very good. We'll go forward.
Thank you.
Yay. Okay. The clerk could please read item number 12.
Item number 12, consideration of approving the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Mental Health Services Act, MHSA, annual update for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Thank you. So welcome, and sorry for it's been a long day delays here, but welcome and looking forward to hearing. You need a minute to get yourselves there we go. Look at that, popped right up.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Jennifer Gould, and I am an agency manager with Tuolumne County Behavioral Health. To the right of me, we also have Lindsay Lujan, a deputy director, also presenting with me this afternoon. Okay. So MHSA was passed by California voters in November 2004, took effect on January 1st of 2005, and it was created to transform and expand the mental health system. It's a 1% tax on individual income over $1 million and funds specific county programs as well as statewide programs to provide services to people with mental illness or those at risk of developing mental illness, to educate and train our mental health workers, and to ensure that counties have the proper facilities to serve those in need. So we also have some specific core values within MHSA, which includes community collaboration. We have client and family-driven services, integrated services, cultural competence, and also wellness, recovery, and resilience. MHSA is intended to increase access and services for underserved, unserved, and inappropriately served populations in all age groups, ranging from children to transition age youth, adults, and older adults 60 and over. So in addition to our core values, MHSA is intended to reduce the duration of untreated mental illness, reduce negative outcomes that may result from untreated mental illness, as well as reduce stigma and discrimination, prevent mental illness from becoming severe and disabling, improve timely access to mental health services for underserved individuals, increase number of individuals receiving mental health services, and promote a recovery vision for individuals with mental illness. So we also have some specific components of MHSA that I'll be reviewing very briefly. So first we have our community services and support section. This accounts for 2/3 of our MHSA budget. So of the CSS funding, 51% is required to go to full service partnership, or FSP. That is our intensive case management program to meet clients where they're at. In addition, we also fund the Enrichment Center, the David Lambert Community Drop-In Center, both of our wellness centers. It also funds our Smile Keepers program, a dental hygiene program that we offer at the EC. We have a MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding, for the Give Someone a Chance shower bus under this funding category. It also funds our permanent supportive housing program. We have 2 houses, one for men and one for women. And it also funds our outreach and engagement component that we do throughout the year within the county. And we also fund our Crisis Assessment and Intervention Program, also known as Crisis or CAPE. Here we have walk-in services available 8 to 7 and 24-hour phone support, as well as telephone and face-to-face support or crisis intervention. So next we have our workforce education and training component, and this is the specific goal for WET is to promote a diverse workforce. We want to increase the number of qualified individuals to provide services to address severe mental illness, and we do that through a variety of ways. Through annual staff trainings, we offer a coordination of continuing education credits, and we also are able to offer clinical supervision to our staff who are trying to gain their licensure within the county. Next, we have our innovation component, and this is a really exciting component of MHSA. So MHSA, we've been working on this specific innovation plan for about 2.5 years. It was recently approved about a year ago through MHSOAC, which is Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. And overall, the innovation goal is to increase quality of and access to services for underserved groups. So our innovation plan, Family Ties, Youth and Family Wellness, will focus on creating non-mandated activities using non-traditional and alternative mental health approaches for youth and their families. So far, we've held 2 events this year. Our recent one was on Friday night at Elevate. And the intention of Family Ties, Youth and Family Wellness is to increase quality of mental health services. Next, we have our prevention and early intervention contractors. So here we have specific funding that is held for these certain priorities that we have to serve within the community. We have ATCA for our suicide prevention and stigma reduction. We have Catholic Charities for our older adults, 60 and over. We have Tuolumne Miwok Indian Health Center for our Native American population, Infant Child Enrichment Services for our parenting, as well as Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools First Five for our childhood education. Next, we have our community program planning process. So I just want to highlight the importance of having community stakeholder feedback be given all year round. It is not just a one and done when we have a survey or when we have public comment. It is welcomed and appreciated all year round, and we have various venues where you can do that. That ranges from the community meetings that we have, which is sometimes a blend of both Zoom and in person. We have mental health coffee talk. We've recently increased our outreach and engagement through the Tuolumne Community Resilience Centers, as well as the one in Groveland, and we'll continue doing that. And then we also have other meetings that are standing meetings through Tuolumne County Behavioral Health that we are actively always looking for community members to participate. So here we have MHSA modernization. So Governor Newsom had a ballot initiative that was announced last March 2023, and it was recently on the ballot for this March, and it passed. And so behavioral health reform and MHSA modernization, its intent is to expand to the substance use disorder population and also really expand into housing. And then we also have a modernization to MHSA and its current funding components with a revised, and I'll show you that in the next few slides. So here we have on the current funding component for MHSA. So the dark orange is the CSS funding, again, the community services and supports. 5% goes off the top automatically to state admin. Of the CSS, 51% is again required to go to full service partnerships, so that accounts for the light orange. We also have 5% to our innovation, that's our Family Ties Youth and Family Wellness Plan. And then we also have the difference for our prevention and early intervention contractors. 51% of PEI funds is required to go to 25 years and younger. For MHSA modernization, also called BHSA, Behavioral Health Services Act, Prop 1, also known now as Behavioral Health Transformation, is reassigning and kind of reorganizing what MHSA looks like. So in the dark purple and light purple, it equal category for housing of 30%, a mandate from the state. We would also have 35% to go to full service partnership. So currently, like right now, it's under CSS funding. So FSP would become its own category. Again, in the dark orange, which was originally CSS funding, which is currently 39%, would be reduced to 17.15%. We would have early intervention, and that would be, again, meeting that requirement of 51% for 25 years and younger, and the dark blue and the light blue would be the difference of that. In the previous slide, it had state admin fee of 5%. That would increase to 10%, so we would only receive 90% of not MHSA, but BHSA funding moving forward. And again, that also is for 3% state admin, 3% for behavioral health workforce, and 4% for state population-based prevention. This is another slide where it further divides categories of the new funding buckets, where it would be mandated to have a SUD, substance use disorder component, and a mental health component to every single category that we would have. So housing would be broken down further into SUD and mental health. The same for FSP. It would be divided in half, and all the other ones as well. So it would be for early intervention, as well as for behavioral health services and supports, which is what CSS would turn into, as well as the state population prevention as well. So every category, although this is not the best slide, it's the only one that was provided to me through CBHDA. Or the California Behavioral Health Directors Association meeting. So again, it just highlights the requirements and now further categories that BHSA will require from behavioral health that we will have to meet. So impacts of MHSA modernization or behavioral health transformation. So some of those would include, we would have a decrease of PEI contracts, most likely by 50%. We have already had conversations with our PEI contractors beginning immediately after we heard about the ballot initiative last year. Again, we have an expansion of population to our substance use disorder. It would also impact our crisis department, although we're not really sure how. Currently, we offer extended hours, so that would be a possibility. We're trying to plan for all of this as we're learning more information. There would be an innovation elimination, basically. So family ties, youth and family wellness, we're not really sure what would happen to that or how it would fit, but most likely it would be eliminated from BHSA. In addition, we have the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. That is currently the entity that approves and has oversight over all innovation components. That would shift to BHSOAC for Behavioral Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission and go under Department of Healthcare Services. And also it would impact our capital facilities and technological needs. So things such as the Cabrini deck, or things as our increase in computer upgrades, or refreshes that we need to do to meet privacy standards through behavioral health would be possibly impacted. And then, of course, the main focus right now is accommodating our current budget to meet the mandate of 30% of housing. So I would like to request that the Board of Supervisors approve the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Services Act, Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Mental Health Services Act annual update for fiscal year 24-25. Open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, a lot going on, and it's good to see some things that are coming with this new program. So looking for questions, I'll start with Supervisor Haff. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Jennifer, at the very beginning of your presentation, you mentioned inappropriately served populations. I've never heard this term before. Can you explain what that is, please?
MHSA focuses on underserved populations, and so really looking at the diversity within the county, uninsured or low-insured individuals. And so that population falls in line with who behavioral health serves currently as well. So it's an ongoing capacity assessment that's available to read within the MHSA plan as well.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your answer. Who are the inappropriately served?
We're talking about underserved populations when we say things like this. So underserved.
No, you said inappropriately served. So I don't know who that is.
So another way to say that is overutilization and underutilization of services as well. So inappropriately served, meaning looking at our capacity for who's receiving services and who's not in an equitable way as well.
Hang on, Supervisor Haff.
Supervisor Haff, this is Tammy, Behavioral Health Director. Part of what the Mental Health Services Act funding has brought counties, as well as will continue to, is funding that operationalize our ability to do analytics and data analysis on our service delivery system. So inappropriately served is another term for overutilization. So part of our job is to make sure that we are utilizing the funding appropriately and equitably. So when we assess or we find that particular case or maybe a type of population within our system, race, ethnicity, or gender, we have to make sure that we do not have bias in our system and are not over-treating one population and perhaps under-treating another population. So that's what Jennifer meant when she utilized the term, I forget what it was, inappropriately served. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that makes better sense. So we have to use analytics to see if we're not serving all populations equally, is that what I'm gathering?
Yes. Oh, okay. Yes, we do utilization review on a weekly basis and study all of the active cases as well as currently or most recent discharges. So we're always doing quality assessments on our service delivery system.
Okay, thank you.
And Supervisor Campbell. No questions? Supervisor Kirk?
This was brought up earlier in the year, but I know we're going to be putting quite a bit of money towards housing. These funds we can put towards what we've purchased as a county for our current housing, right? For the sustainability of them, we can cross. Okay. And do we know what that figure is? Because I see other housing 15% and then chronically housing chronically homeless, which is like the other 15%. Do we know like what a dollar amount is to that?
So we continue to work with the budget, so we only have as much information as been released through the state, so we continue to evaluate. We have funds through BHBH, but again, using some of these funds in the future to be sustainability for the housing that we currently have as well. I know that drafts have been made, but at this time.
It's all new.
Yeah, it's still all very new.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. So you mentioned about Cabrini, under the housing portion, since that is housing, doesn't it cover maintenance?
Right, so it would as well. And the Cabrini deck is still currently in the budget right now under capital facilities.
Right. I mean, into the future, anything that has to be done with existing properties, we don't have to worry that we can't use behavioral health funding anymore to fix up existing housing properties.
Correct, yes.
Okay, that's what I was at. Second question I had was the housing portion of it, especially as it applies to, I think, substance use disorder or looking at something like a sober living facility. Can this funding be used to construct new facilities or go towards the planning of it? And then are there any conversations happening with TAMRA and community development in that?
Well, our departments work closely as far as the housing purchases and ongoing maintenance around all of those things. I know that we're currently looking at what those numbers really are. So conversations around sustainability with the current housing that we have is going to be one of our larger focuses with the housing pieces. And then any additional funding that we have once we understand those numbers a little bit better will be ongoing conversations within the county, I know.
Okay. So specifically, though, construction, and it doesn't have to have an answer right now, but I'd be very interested in seeing how we might be able to subsidize or support the initiation of what otherwise would be private or nonprofit, but sober living designated facilities that's creating new housing, not only converting existing housing, would be really cool. Last question I had with this was, my understanding is Prop 1 had the prudent fund balance issue and limiting that. So are we spending every single dime we can and not giving them a single bit back as much as possible?
I do know that that's being looked at as much as possible, and spending is definitely a huge part of what will happen over the next fiscal year to ensure that we're spending the funds that are available to us.
Great. I really want everything we can spend so that we're not returning anything to the state and we're keeping exactly what the max they allow us to is. So
I think that's the intention, yes.
And I did not have any questions, so I'll put it out for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for additional comments. If none, I'll look for a motion to.
I'll move that we approve the what's it called now? MHSA annual update, but next year it'll be something different. I'll move that we approve the annual update.
I'll second.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Half.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
All righty. Well, thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing as this, as we get further along with this, there's some real exciting possibilities. Great.
Okay, if the clerk could please read item number 13.
Item number 13, consideration of adopting Resolution 5224, authorizing the appointment of Deborah Batista as a relief retired annuitant to perform the duties of an auditor-controller for the County of Tuolumne under Government Code Section 21224, effective July 1st, 2024.
Good afternoon, Board. Karen McGettigan, Human Resources. As you are aware, the county's Auditor Controller, Debbie Bautista, announced her retirement effective at the end of this month, just a couple weeks here. Ms. Bautista has worked for the county for nearly 34 years and has extensive historical knowledge and specialized experience that it is critical that she be able to impart to the department to help with the transition. Typically, retirees must wait 180 days before returning to work as a retired annuitant. However, there are a few exceptions. One such exception is for a retired annuitant to fill a critical need, and when the employer's governing body, in this case you, approve the appointment at a public meeting. I think we can all agree the benefit of Ms. Bautista's experience is definitely filling a critical need. Therefore, it's recommended that your board approve the attached resolution allowing Ms. Bautista to return as a retired annuitant effective July 1st for a term of no more than 2 years and working no more than 960 hours in a fiscal year. And Ms. Bautista is here today if you would like to ask her any questions.
Well, she's shaking her head.
Oh, she's not taking questions. Okay.
All right. So, for the board, any questions? Supervisor Haft, do you have any questions on this?
Yeah, my only question was going to be about the usual wait period, but that was answered, so thank you.
Okay, very good. And any other questions from the board? Okay, looking for public comment. I saw thumbs up. I guess that's the comment we'll get. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Additional comments? If none, I will look for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Move to approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Kirk, and a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Haft.
Aye.
And Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, very good.
And I'll just add thank you to Ms. Batista for her willingness to stay on during the transition and continue with her valuable knowledge.
Excellent. Yes, I concur. All right, if the clerk can read item number 13, we'll continue on here with Karen.
14.
Oh, I'm sorry, 14, my bad. Didn't check it off.
Item number 14, consideration of adopting Resolution 5324, authorizing the appointment of Eric Bovatter as a relief retired annuitant to perform the duties of an assistant district attorney for the County of Tuolumne under Government Code Section 21224, effective July 1st, 2024 until June 30th, 2026.
Thank you. Yes, similar to the previous item, I am presenting today on behalf of your district attorney, Cassandra Janicki, who had to, I believe, appear in court today. Excuse me. So her former assistant district attorney, Eric Bovatter, is also willing to return to impart some of his very valuable experience and wisdom to the department. He did recently retire April 19th, 2024. And we are also asking that you approve the resolution recognizing the critical need in the district attorney's office and allowing him also to return, not to work more than 960 hours per fiscal year for a term not to exceed 2 years.
Okay, very good. Any question, Supervisor Heff?
No. Thank you.
Any other board member have a question? Okay, look for public comment. Another thumbs up. Okay, we're moving along here. Okay, back to the board. Look for...
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Kirk, seconded by Supervisor Campbell, and a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Haft.
Aye.
And Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, very good. Well, we've got two employees. Well, I won't say both former employees, because one's almost former, but coming back to do some more work for us, and so that's great. Glad to hear it. Okay. All right. We have pulled item 15 already, so we are moving along here. I'm going to jump to item number 17, the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, so we can complete this before we lose any people.
Item number 17, consideration of approving the Tuolumne Public Power Agency budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 and setting the new rate.
Okay, so.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. So Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office with Mark Fisher, Administrative Analyst. I'm going to kind of kick this off this morning because I realized that when we first brought this to your board, I don't know if it was the 5th or 11th, 4th, 5th, we didn't provide an adequate explanation as to why this was being brought forward. So, and I realized that in having some individual conversations when someone said, well, that was never explained to us. So in January, your board added utility scale solar to one of your priorities. And as staff has met as a way, how do we possibly add another project on right now on a board priority? We talked about the ways that this type of project, how it could benefit the members of TIPA. And so that's where we came with as a way to honestly not impact the general fund and provide a benefit to the members of our community and to TIPA, that a good way to do this was through looking at enhancing the staff capabilities within TPPA. And that was why we brought this forward to you in the first place. Yes, we don't often have a written out strategic plan for your board when we talk about, just like when we did drought, tree mortality, and MSA, it started out small and it ended up big and ended up making a difference in the lives of others. And that's how we see this happening as well. So what you have, what the item before you today is have a conversation. Now I do need to point out we had inconsistency in the agenda language and in the recommendation. The agenda language is allowing you to set the budget and the rate for the year. It's not actually adding a position at that point. So what would happen if your board chooses one that would include eventually adding a position to consider this is you would set the budget, which would put the money in there. We would have to return to a future board meeting. Then your board could add that position at that time and approve it, but the budget would already be set. We didn't realize this until it was set. Sarah brought it to our attention. She's right. We did not get the two together, but you can set the rate, you can set the budget, which we have to have in order to proceed July 1st. But any type of actual position addition would need to come back at a future board meeting. So with that, I wanted Mark to be able to lead you through the meeting he had with the members and talk to you about the rate. We're not going to get too far into this. We know we're struggling for time and we're going to lose board members here soon. And we want to be able to get to your next item too so we can get moving on that one. But I think it's important to note that, and I want to make sure that I say this, there is no capacity in the CAO's office to take on another board priority. And we even have in the budget, you'll see, it was said consulting, but it was meant to be outside legal and regulatory consultants, separate from the feasibility study. And that's in talking with Sarah. She's saying, yes, we would need specialized legal counsel to help us through this process. We don't know what that is, and we don't know when it would be. And also, as a remember, it's a spending plan. It doesn't mean that we're actually going to go out and do all of these things or spend up to that amount. We, like for a feasibility study, you'd have to do an RFP. We need to go out there and look and see what does that look like, and then we get direction of how broad is this. So anyways, I want to defer to Mark to tell you about his meeting with the members, and then we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tracy. Supervisor Kirk, I'm going to keep my introductory bits nice and short and sweet, okay? So that way you can get out of here. So I want to quickly talk about how we develop the rate. In a nutshell, it's very simple. We have 4 major areas of costs. We have WAPA costs, CAISO costs, PG&E costs, and any non-energy related overhead costs. And the sum of that is simply divided by our estimated consumption for the year, and that's how we develop the rate that we charge to our ratepayers. I want to give a quick overview of expense history. In a nutshell here, you can just see that our costs have been increasing over time, but you can see also that the major driver of that increase in costs in the last few years has been our PG&E cost. And right here with the 24-25 estimated, I want to point out that everything else in this graph is all actuals that I just pulled from all of our bills. The estimated is what we are projecting for our expenses for this year. So I'm keeping it a little bit conservative. If it turns out that we need more money as we go on, I'll come back to request a rate increase. Roll it back 2 weeks at the Board of Directors meeting that we had where we discussed all this, I gave a quick overview of TPPA itself, including its membership and operations, services, and staffing responsibilities, and then the previously mentioned proposal to add a staff member. The thing that we heard at the time is that you were reluctant to proceed with adding a staff member without knowing what the ratepayers thought about that. I'll go quickly through this. Why do we want to add the staff member? Mostly it's about capacity, as Tracy said, but we also believe that we'll be able to improve the overall quality and service to the members currently, and it will, again, add that capacity to work on the previously mentioned special projects. So at the June 12th member agency meeting, I gave a quick overview of TPPA expenses and the way we create the rate, the same way that I just said now. And we talked about the board priority to explore utility scale solar and other means of generation, and overview of TPPA services and the staffing activities. And then we had a discussion about the proposal to add full-time staffing to TPPA and any associated costs and benefits. Of the 34 member agencies, there were 8 agencies that attended. 3 agencies, TUD, Jamestown Elementary, and GCSD, expressed pretty strong support of this. They really liked the idea of having a full-time member to work with them. Nobody raised any objections, and since I first started outreach on May 31st, no member agencies have reached out to me and expressed any kind of objections to what it is that we've been proposing. So, as we have already said, we are still recommending that your board use estimated fund balance to add funding for a feasibility study, legal and regulatory consulting, and a full-time staff position, even though we can't add the staff member today. So let's talk about some financial considerations. We are estimating that the fully loaded cost of the TPPA analyst to be roughly $155,000. You will notice that that is cheaper than I said it would be before. That was my mistake. I added in some elements of cost that shouldn't be part of a personnel cost analysis. And then $100,000 each for the feasibility study and regulatory and legal consulting. You have an estimated ending fund balance of approximately $500,000. If our next expenses come in as low as they did this month, that could go up. Our PG&E expenses were shockingly low this last month. And you have approximately $2.6 million in contingencies. So Supervisor Kirk, you asked for options, and you have options. Option number 1 would be to fund the feasibility study only using estimated fund balance, and that was the board direction that we got from June 4th. The previous staff recommendation that we brought on June 4th is to fund the feasibility study, legal and regulatory consulting, and a full-time staff position. The third option is to simply add all of those things and pay for it using an increased TPPA rate. And the fourth option is to add all of that and use a 50-50 split between a slightly elevated rate and some use of estimated fund balance. The impact on the rate is shown in the table below, but in a nutshell, the first 2 options will set the rate at 17.43 cents per kilowatt hour. Budget option 3 will increase the rate to 18.35 cents per kilowatt hour, and budget option 4 will slightly increase the rate to 17.89 cents per kilowatt hour. There is a typo in the attachment for budget option 4. On that document, it says that the rate is 17.70. That's not correct. What it says here would be the correct rate. So that said, it is our recommendation that your board utilize budget options 2, 3, or 4 to approve the fiscal year 2024-25 TPPA budget, establishing funding for a full-time staff position, authorizing funding for a feasibility study and consultant, and set the energy rate at the level specified in the option choice as outlined.
Okay, real quick, I wanted to make sure a couple things. Option number 1, if you were to fund that, it would be a staff capacity allow, so we would do it when we get there. So I just want to make sure I make that clear that there is no capacity right now, but if you put it there, if something falls off someone's plate, they could work on it. The other two, the first one is so I had some questions like, what exactly are all these scenarios? The first one includes the funding for all of the above, where you're utilizing 100% of fund balance to get there. The second one is a mixture of that. And the second one is full rate to pay for it. And the third one, which is actually option number 4, is a combination of the two, where you utilize part rate increase, part fund balance, and that's how you could get there. I do want to make sure that you also know that if you were to add this position, this person would also take over the CCA, adding capacity to economic development and the work that he's doing with USDA and with the economic development plan in the communities that he's working on. So just to give you, the other part is realizing, as you heard last time, Mark spends very little time with the members, which is why I think they have liked having more of his time these last few weeks, if we've talked about exploring ways to give them more. At one point, and Kathleen knows this better than anyone else, she did this, and then when she became a retired annuitant, she did it for, I think it was the full 2 years, I think. I'd have to go back and look, and Kathleen can tell us. But they got way more time when she was just focused on TPPA then, too. So it does give, I think what you heard from the members is they would like more staff time focused on communication and working with them, which they're getting, 5% of Mark's overall time for the year. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
All righty, thank you. Supervisor Haft, do you have a question?
No, just comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
And bring back to the rest of the board. Questions, Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, just really quick. So the question I had last time is the same question I have today. But you've done a better job, I think, explaining it, but let me make sure I understand. So we have a staff member, feasibility study. Those are two things I understand. Now you're saying legal regulatory consulting, so that's an attorney to support the staff member. Is that what we're talking about? Is there still not a whole lot of description about what that consultant would be doing for the 100,000?
Well, you're saying, remember, it may not be spent. What we're saying is you're creating a line item in the event we need outside counsel or like help with CPUC and reading through some of the regulatory. That's probably still legal. That's what you would be creating as a line item to assist with that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Supervisor Kirk, do you have any question?
Yeah, I was looking at the agenda. Wasn't there TPPA rules and regs attached in this, and now it's not here because I was referencing it, but now I don't see it in here. Rules and regs. Or maybe that was from the last meeting. Okay, I'll have to look at it. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask a really dumb question, but I know like you brought up the MSA example and some other things, like how we started small and then it grew and impacted people. We're talking about solar. Who's going to end up owning the solar farms?
I think there's many different ways that takes place, and that's part of what the feasibility and working with the energy company. Some of them, they lease land and they own it. Some of it could be a public power authority that is taking some of that. There's a lot of different mechanisms that people are doing right now. That would be part of the feasibility study. We're also thinking about like good neighbor agreements. There's a lot of different things that we're wanting to research, but that is what would be up for, we would be looking at. And I can't give you a finite answer on that. There's a lot of different models out there.
Okay. And then I'm just struggling. I get that the position's paid for out of this TPPA fund and all that stuff, but like we brought up how whoever's in the position may be working with Robbie on economic development and the USDA and all that stuff. Why not just have Robbie start this, and then as it develops and as it grows, then if we need the position, we add it? I mean, or why not just fund his position with TPPA? I'm
Well,
trying to understand
Robbie
why.
Robbie has never worked in TPPA. So
Well,
this
who
is.
has? Who are we hiring that has done TPPA?
Well, I don't know if it'd be this person, but, you have 3 people now on our, you have a board member, you have Liz, and you have Mark. Those are the only people who've worked in and ran and administered TPPA. In the last couple of years, Debbie's office has taken on the building because our office used to do that, and that's been a big help. But all I'm saying all I'm doing is your board made a priority. We cannot work on that priority unless you're going to add capacity. That's all I'm saying. If your board chooses to put that priority aside, we leave this alone. But you guys were pretty emphatic that you wanted to look into it. So this is the mechanism we're bringing you that could happen.
Okay.
And working with economic development would be long-term on what would be the impacts to maybe local businesses in the event we could increase. There's a lot going on here with your CCA. You heard that sometimes some of their members are public power authority entities. So we need to explore, because CCA right now is about residents and businesses. Public power authority is about governmental entities that get reduced rates due to the whole public power authorities have set up with New Maloney's and the power generation. So what we're trying to figure out, and I think there's a way to do it, is to leverage the two together to impact in a positive way your membership for TPPA and your businesses and your residents who are experiencing extremely high rates, as you heard from when the members when they were here. This is giving you a mechanism by leveraging the two together to pay for that out of TIPA, because it could do both, is what we're trying to give you. I'm not invested one way or other than trying to find a way for you to meet your priority. If you don't, then we will not be working on the priority until we can put a few things and finish them and get there. That's all.
I think where I'm struggling with Tracy is like, when I read the rules and regs thing, it talks about how it says, in most cases, the rates TPPA members enjoy are far lower than the cost of PV installations and will remain so for the immediate future. So it's like, I just feel like maybe we're signing up for something that isn't going to be a huge cost benefit for
there's something
what it may turn into, but I don't know what it may turn into, and I definitely don't want to get in the business of owning solar farms. I mean, we can't even, take care of an elevator in a building. So I'm just trying to think long term, which is really.
That's the other part is, and Mark can explain this better, but there is a cap that we are allowed, and there's a cap within public power. Once we hit the cap, and you remember we have some pretty big users now. Chicken Ranch got their own allocation. Black Oak is on there, TUD, all of the other partners. Once we hit that cap, I'm going to have them explain that. This could be a way to add to the allocation so we keep from hitting the cap. If you'd like to learn more, Mark can explain more of what that could mean if you hit that cap.
All right. No, you're good. You don't need to explain. You're good.
Okay, any other questions? All right, look for public comment on this item. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's kind of a catch-22. We need a strategic plan, but we need someone who's strategic to go and develop the plan for us. So I think we just have to take it on faith that this is the right step forward. And being able to aggregate these things together, I think, has huge potential for the county. So I'm advocating that we move forward on this and support this. Option 4.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any additional comments, or if not, I'll look for Supervisor Brandon. Go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, at least seeing this, especially as we're talking about, revenue and jobs and economic development, this is investing in economic development and revenue creation, but it's doing so in a way that we've already set priorities, that there's not capacity to do this currently. This is being able to leverage another asset to work on another avenue of that and not further split the time on the existing economic development projects. I think there's a lot of ways to do it. I know that there is a company interested. It's a more or less private matter where they would be negotiating with a private landowner, private project. It's effectively property tax improvement and economic development value, but we don't know until we're able to analyze what the opportunities are. So I think it just creates opportunities and pathways for it. So I also support option 4. I think that's a prudent way to move forward. And I think this has the potential, if even one project works, to be worth it. I think it's going to be worth it to the tip of members as presented with a higher level of service. It's about a $7 million entity. To not have at least one staff person in that that's a lot to handle. But then the last bit is that there is a chance that this could really be a repeatable model that could really create a significant amount of revenue, economic development, and jobs. And I think it's worth exploring. So I would recommend option 4.
Okay. The only comment I have, just wanted to tell you, Mark, thank you very much for your excellent staff work on bringing all this together, for having the meeting, and very helpful. And I also am looking at option 4 as the way that I would like to see, and if somebody would like to make a motion.
And I did have a comment real briefly.
I'm sorry.
Just.
Yeah, me too.
And I think Supervisor Haft is it okay if I go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you please bring up that list that you just had up? There you go. So you have staff recommended action for option 2, and I'm just kind of wondering, because I also, just in reading through what was prepared and reading through the different options, I kind of landed at option 4 on my own, but I was wondering what was the conversation that you had with the members? Why'd you land at option 2?
That was my original recommendation, but at this time, like you had said before, you wanted to see options, and so honestly, option 2, 3, or 4 are all viable ways to accomplish what we're trying to do.
And the other members were open to the rate increase.
Yeah, I showed them a cost breakdown of what they could expect if we used fund balance to pay for everything. They would see a reduction, and I showed them what it would mean if we just raised the rate entirely. In other words, using option 3 and not option 4. And even in the face of increased costs, those that did speak up did not speak against it.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. Okay, so yes, I'm supportive of option 4 as well. I think the fund balance that's set aside, it's a different type of entity. And so we would use fund balance differently than we would, say, for the county. And I think this is exactly the type of purpose that fund balance can be put toward. And I think if the members are open to sharing 50% of the cost through rates, I think that's great, and that's a good way to go. I've long thought that TPPA had potential that we haven't realized. And so I think looking at a way to do that is absolutely what these funds should be for. And if we have buy-in from the members, I think that's phenomenal. And that, to me, that kind of gives us our marching orders that we need to look into this. I'm supportive of this and option 4.
Okay. Supervisor Haft, please go ahead.
Thank you. Mark, one of the reasons why I think you're seeing all of a sudden lower rates is because the newer CalISO and WAPA rates are just starting to kick in. We've had another good water year. That points to the fact that the rates will probably go down. So I'm in favor more of option 2, not that we would need to use all of the estimated fund balance. I think the rates will be going down from my experience, and why charge members more if you don't have to? So, that's my take from my experience in running TPPA. I do understand the capacity issues, and I do understand that we're not here to decide about hiring a staff member today, another staff member. But, and I'm sorry to harp on the same thing over and over again, I think any new business, when you're opening a new business, you have a business plan if you want to be successful. We still need that business plan. So I would say that in September, we go about creating that when there's, after the final budget is done for this new fiscal year. And I think that there may be a person from the community that can help with this. And then all else falls from that. You've got the stepping stones on how to get where you want to go. When is it appropriate to do the feasibility study? When is it appropriate to hire somebody in to manage all of this? What are the other things that we haven't even talked about with some of this creating energy with the water, pumping the water up because TPPA doesn't have a time of use, and bringing it down and creating energy. There's lots of projects, not just the ones we've been talking about in these board meetings. So it's really important to put all our ducks in a row and know what we're going to do first, second, and third. That's why I've been harping on, I called it a strategic plan, but you could call it a business plan. And I think all of this should start in September after the final budget. The budget is finalized. So I'm not opposed to going ahead, obviously, and picking an option, but I would pick, from my experience, option 2. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, CEO Riggs. Is there a reason that we would need to wait till September, or if this was brought back to us, can we move forward sooner? I hate to, if we don't need to.
Yeah, I don't know if Supervisor Half is pairing this with our own budget process. This one, as you can see, is not in the same risk factor necessarily as the county budget. No, your board would not need to wait. If you wanted, we could bring back the item in July to actually the language to add the position. I was talking with our auditor controller, Debbie, about actually adding the position to TIPA, not to our office, because it does give this falsehood of what's available in our office when that happens. Then we could have you add the position. That would be a 3/5 vote. You wouldn't need 4 because you've already created the budget. Now you're just adding the position. And we could do that in July, and then we would begin recruiting. So depending on who fills the position and how quickly we can get them in, but they could begin working on a strategic plan with Supervisor Half and I have talked about someone she had in mind that might be willing to volunteer some time, and we could begin working on that. But you would not need to wait until September for the TIPA part. You could begin that right away.
Thank you. I was hoping that would be the answer. So, all right. So, let me look this here real quick. All right, so I would look for a motion, and the motion needs to be specific as to which option we're looking for. I did hear, I believe, some consensus on option 4. So
I'd be happy to make a motion as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency approving the Tuolumne Public Power Agency budget for fiscal year 2024-25 and setting the new rate according to option 4 listed on the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, including option 4, and a second by Supervisor Campbell. And I'll call for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
I want more meetings with the members. 8 out of 33 doesn't cut it. So but let's just get organized. If we could. Okay.
Supervisor Half.
They were the big ones.
Huh?
They were the big members.
No.
And Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes 4-1 with 4 ayes and Supervisor Half voting no on it. And so we can move forward, and thank you again for the work. So we're getting pretty tight on time here. We've got Supervisor Campbell. How soon do you need to actually depart? We have 2 supervisors that have situations where they need to leave.
I mean, yeah, I think if we.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we can
if
get
the
through.
clerk can please
Well,
read
it's sales tax. Yeah,
item number 16.
pretty much not much to discuss
Item number
there.
16, consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance adding chapter 3.29 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, imposing a 1% general transaction and use tax, sales tax, in the unincorporated areas of Tuolumne County, subject to voter approval and expiring after 20 years, setting the second reading of the ordinance for July 9th, and approving the ballot question for an advisory ballot measure for the November 2024 ballot.
Okay, and before we start, just a reminder for the board as well as the public in attendance and anybody listening in is that with the situation with Supervisor Half being remote, in order to maintain a quorum, I have to have 3 supervisors at the dais here in this room. So that's why the question was as far as supervisors leaving. So please, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. Your board has directed staff to develop an ordinance imposing bringing to the voters the potential for a 1% general sales tax for the November 2024 on the 5th ballot. And so I am here today requesting your board waive the first reading of that ordinance, which is adding chapter 3.29 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. And that ordinance is in attachment A to attached to your board's agenda. And then at the previous board meeting, your board also directed the ad hoc committee that you've established with Supervisors Brandon and Kirk to work on developing an advisory ballot measure as well. And this ballot measure would appear also on the November ballot, and it would be a way to kind of gauge public opinion on how the tax revenue would be used. So the ad hoc committee met after the board meeting and wrote that advisory ballot measure, and we're looking for your board to make any adjustments to the language that you would like, and then we will bring that back for your board's approval on the 9th of July, along with the resolution for the tax measure, along with the second reading of the ordinance, and so everything will be ready to go on the 9th of July. So I'll just read for everyone's benefit the advisory measure that we're proposing. So Measure A, well, we think it might be Measure A, but we'll say blank for now. Measure blank is not a tax. It is an advisory measure telling current and future Tuolumne County leadership how voters wish Measure Z funds to be spent if approved. Do you support Measure Z funds being prioritized to maintain competitive deputy sheriff compensation, sustain new and existing fire stations, and increase rural residential road maintenance? And then that would be a yes or no question. So that's how it would appear on the ballot. That is 55 words, and just like the others, you have up to 75 words that you can use. And it is staff's recommendation. Your board actually has a little bit of discretion, but it is staff's recommendation that that advisory measure only appear in the unincorporated area of Tuolumne County for those voters, not including the city of Sonora voters, since the sales tax will not be voted on by the city of Sonora. And then also just a minor note, the ad hoc committee also does recommend that your board write an argument in favor of that advisory ballot measure. And so we would meet as an ad hoc, or the ad hoc committee would meet with staff, and we would put that argument in favor, also put that together, also for your board's approval on July 9th. So I'm looking for your board to waive that first reading and make any necessary changes to that advisory ballot measure, and then we'll bring it all back on the 9th.
All right. So I'm going to start with one question, just in reading it and having you read it. You had said possibly Measure A, but in the body,
yep,
it also says Measure Z. So
Measure Z is the tax measure.
Okay, so
and
that's,
so
I just
so
wanted to...
it is technically a second lettered measure, this advisory one.
I got you.
We think it might be A, but we'll see
Okay.
how it all. Yeah.
But we know Z is going to be the tax measure
yes.
itself. Okay. Looking to the board, Supervisor Half. Question?
So we still have 2 questions rather than just one for the.
That's correct.
That is correct. That's, yes. Was that your only question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not happy about that. That's it.
Okay. Back to the balance of the board. Questions?
No, I'm ready to make a motion once we do public comment.
Yeah, I just had one question real quick. So I had thought we are going to write the argument in favor?
Yeah, so it's the ad hoc committee's recommendation that your board not write the argument for the sales tax measure, but to write the argument for this advisory ballot measure.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Okay, looking for public comment. Good afternoon again, sir.
Good afternoon. This will likely be my last time commenting on this particular issue. I'm sure you're thrilled to hear that. I know you've already decided on this. I still disagree, but I understand it is difficult to turn back on something that you have invested so much time and energy in, especially if you still believe it will work. I do agree with Ryan and his reasons for not wanting to include an additional ballot measure confirming what the funds will be used for. It seems a bit redundant. It also seems like an admission that this is not really a general tax. It's a special tax that you have placed in the general tax category and then dressed up to look like a special tax so that you can reach the 50% voter threshold instead of the 2/3 voter threshold. You're putting this on the ballot as a general tax, and then you're asking the public to trust you and any subsequent Board of Supervisors that it will be treated like a special tax. And again, I don't take pleasure in telling you this, but a vast majority of the public does not trust you in that way. And what you are doing may soon be fixed at the state level. This may be the last time you can ever present a general tax in this way, because if the state level initiative 21-0042 passes, it will change the California Constitution regarding this issue. Section 2 of Article 13C will read, if the proposed tax is a general tax, the phrase for general government use shall be required, and no advisory measure may appear on the same ballot that would indicate that the revenue from the general tax will, could, or should be used for a specific purpose. What you're doing is just making the public mad. Either put it out as a general tax with the appropriate wording, or put it out as a special tax with the appropriate wording. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's just not right. Going forward, you're in a lose-lose situation. If you lose the election, you lose twice. You lose the election and you've lost more trust by putting this out there. If you win on the ballot, you still lose because you attached roads to this, which the public will now expect to be fixed. After the first road repair season, if the public does not see significant road improvements, which you obviously will not be able to do for this small amount of money, then they are going to be screaming about the roads even more. So can you please, at a very minimum, just remove the language about roads? Again, I'm sorry if I've been doing a poor job making clear what my intentions are, but I'm just trying to help prevent you from pushing the public even further away. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board first for any comments. Additional Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I just have one comment, which is and I know Mike is aware of this, and hopefully the general public, we have a $250 to $300 million road problem. So yeah, this isn't fixing it. Maybe we'll do some ditches. Be really nice to get maybe another hot patch machine, but yeah, that's the reality of the world we live in. So I appreciate your comments, though. And unless anybody else has comments, I'll make a motion.
I believe, let me go Supervisor Haff first, and then I'll come back to you, Supervisor Brandon. Go ahead, Supervisor Haff.
Thank you. I do appreciate Mike's comments. Mine are very similar to his. I think we should have, this is my last ditch effort, I think we should have one initiative on the ballot, and it should be for a general tax. We've already talked about, how we want to use it. We have in a handbook, I think we're going to have this new commission that's going to be oversight. We can talk about that when we go out to do our town hall meetings to explain the budget and why this is so needed. I think we're just going to confuse people and, like Mike said, make people angry and make them think that we're trying to, pull one over on them. So please, let's just have the original wording and not the second piece on the ballot.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I only wanted to add that there was a lot of time and discussion put into this, and I hope that the board trusts the recommendation of the ad hoc committee on it. I do view this as an accountability measure. I won't be here forever. We have members that are also leaving too. This is something that puts a very clear indication of the expectation that maybe is out there based on statements, but it does so in a very definite way. And I think the intent is to solve what are the three biggest issues, which has been trying to fund law enforcement, fire services, and roads. And I think this is a wise tactic, and it will be a good space for this board to also be able to discuss that reasoning and be able to make that pitch to voters. Because as much as we hope, it's challenging to go knock every single door and reach absolutely everybody. But a lot of people, they read the voter guide, they read what's said in there, and they take that to heart. I think they will know the difference, but they'll be able to see the intent. So I just wanted to add to that. I think this echoes a lot of the comments Supervisor Kirk and I both had in that meeting. And with that, I'll defer to.
Yeah, and I'll just end it with everything that we're doing is within the bounds of the law. That's why we had the meeting. So we're not outside any boundary.
And my comments are, I'm in full support of the ad hoc committee and their work that they've done here, and I appreciate, because I know it's a lot of effort to go through this. I've been through it before with Supervisor Brandon, and it takes time, and you had other people participating, which I applaud, and so I'm supportive, and I would look for the ad hoc members to perhaps do a motion here.
Sure, I'll make a motion. Move on staff recommendation.
And before you do, I'll just say I do agree with Supervisor Half's comments, but I love this community and I care about its future. I will support the ad hoc committee if that appears that's the will of the board, because I think this is the right thing to do for our community, not for any other reason. So I just add my 2 cents.
Of course, thank you.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Brandon. If we can get a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Half.
I'm sorry, I cannot support this. No.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, so the first reading carries with 4-1, with Supervisor Half dissenting with a no vote. And thank you very much. And I think that was our last item, is that correct? Okay, I think we will pass on reports today. We have members that are leaving, so I'm going to adjourn the meeting and want to thank everybody for their participation today and sticking around all day. Have a good evening, everyone.